What if the most powerful thing in the Naruto universe wasn't a god, wasn't a demon, wasn't an ancient chakra alien? It was just a 13-year-old in headphones who looked at a Chidori, opened his mouth, and swallowed it whole. Yeah, that happened. Buckle up.
The first time Naruto Uzumaki broke the sound barrier inside Konoha's walls, he was 9 years old and someone had stolen his headphones. 3 city blocks lost power. Every light bulb within 200 meters popped simultaneously. Anbu found the thief. A 13-year-old academy dropout who thought it'd be funny to mess with the fox kid, pinned 6 feet up a brick wall by a bolt of yellow lightning that had fused his jacket to the masonry. The kid was alive, barely. His hair had gone white, and he couldn't stop twitching for 3 days. Naruto walked up to the wall, pulled his headphones off the kid's neck, put them back around his own, and walked away without a word. He was wearing a fur-collared coat 2 sizes too big for his body. He'd bought it with money he'd saved from his orphan stipend, because the moment he saw it in a shop window, something in his chest had said that's yours with a voice that wasn't entirely his own. The Hokage's office received 14 formal complaints that evening. The third read each one. He smoked his pipe. He looked out the window at the village below and said, very quietly, to no one in particular, "What exactly am I supposed to do with this boy?" Nobody answered. Nobody ever had an answer for Naruto Uzumaki. Let's fix that. Let's tell his story properly. Here's what the village knew. Naruto Uzumaki was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Born the night the beast nearly leveled Konoha, sealed by the 4th Hokage with his dying breath, orphaned before his first cry finished echoing off hospital walls. That was the public tragedy. The village treated him like a wound they couldn't stop picking at, ignored when possible, feared when unavoidable, hated when convenient. Here's what the village didn't know. Naruto Uzumaki carried a second soul. Not the fox, something older, something from a world that didn't exist in any scroll, any legend, any whispered myth of the Sage of 6 Paths. A soul that had lived a full life in a place called Earthland, in a guild hall that smelled like beer and bad decisions, under a banner that bore a fairy with a tail. A soul that had been arrogant and powerful and deeply, painfully loyal to people it pretended to despise. A soul named Laxus Dreyar, the lightning dragon slayer. When Naruto was born, 2 things were sealed inside him. The nine-tailed fox went into his gut, Laxus Dreyar's soul, adrift between worlds, between lives, between one death and whatever comes after, settled into his bones, into his blood, into the architecture of his chakra network itself. Nobody planned it. There was no prophecy, no grand design. The universe just hiccuped at the exact wrong moment, and a dead dragon slayer woke up screaming in the body of a newborn child in a world that had never heard of magic. But magic doesn't care what your world has heard of. Magic does what it wants. The dragon lacrima that had been implanted in Laxus's body during his first life didn't transfer physically. It couldn't. But the soul remembered, and chakra, that beautiful, flexible, endlessly adaptable energy that flowed through every living thing in the shinobi world, listened to what the soul remembered and said, "Sure, I can do that." By the time Naruto was 3, he could make sparks jump between his fingers. By 5, he'd accidentally electrocuted his apartment's entire wiring system during a nightmare. The nightmare had been about a giant with orange hair and a kind smile telling him he wasn't strong enough. He woke up crying and furious and didn't understand why. By 7, he could generate lightning from his body without hand signs, without molding chakra through the traditional tenketsu pathways, without doing a single thing any ninja textbook said was necessary. The lightning was yellow. Not blue like the Taki Kid's famous technique, not white like natural lightning. Yellow. Gold. The color of a dragon's fury, though you hadn't had word for it yet. The memories came in fragments. Dreams, mostly. Flashes of a life that felt more real than his actual one. A grand hall with a 2nd floor. The smell of oak and alcohol. A tiny old man with a ridiculous mustache who kept calling him grandson and looked at him with disappointment so gentle it cut worse than any blade. A team. 3 people who followed him, not because he'd earned their loyalty through kindness, but because his strength was gravitational, and they'd simply been caught in the pull. He remembered lightning. He remembered the taste of it, ozone and copper, and something sweet underneath, like burnt honey. He remembered opening his mouth and drinking a thunderstorm. He remembered a name, his name. Not Naruto, not at first. Laxus. He never told anyone. Who would he tell? The villagers who crossed the street when they saw him coming? The shopkeepers who overcharged him for groceries? The third Hokage who visited once a month with candy and guilt in his eyes? No. Naruto kept the name locked in his chest like a second heartbeat. And slowly, over years of fragmented dreams and instinctive power and a personality that was growing sharper and more dangerous by the day, the boy named Naruto and the soul named Laxus stopped being two things and became one. The result was terrifying. Iruka Umino had been teaching at the Konoha Ninja Academy for 6 years when Naruto Uzumaki entered his classroom. In those 6 years, he had handled bullies, prodigies, clan heirs, traumatized orphans, and one kid who could literally control insects. He considered himself prepared for anything. He was not prepared for a 10-year-old in a fur coat who sat in the back row, put headphones over his ears, kicked his feet up on the desk, and said, loudly enough for the entire room to hear, "If you can't teach me anything I don't already know in the first 10 minutes, I'm leaving." Iruka's mouth had opened, then closed, then opened again. 30 pairs of eyes swiveled between the teacher and the student like spectators at a tennis match. "You'll stay for the full lesson like everyone else," Iruka managed. Naruto had looked at him. Actually looked at him. His eyes were blue, which was wrong somehow. They should have been orange, something in the back of his brain insisted. But the expression in them was ancient, bored, like a king being told he had to sit through a peasant's play. "Sure," Naruto said. 10 minutes. He lasted the whole class. Not because Iruka taught him anything new, but because he'd noticed a group of older students cornering a kid with round eyes and a bowl cut during the break period, and he decided he wasn't done with this building yet. That was Lee. Rock Lee. He'd been enrolled in the academy for less than a week and was already learning the precise flavor of cruelty that children reserve for anyone different. 3 fourth years had him against a wall, pulling at his eyebrows, calling him a freak who'd never be a real ninja. Naruto walked up with his hands in his coat pockets. "Hey!" The 3 older boys turned. They recognized him. Everyone recognized him. The fox kid, the weirdo with the coat. "Beat it, Uzumaki. This isn't your..." Yellow lightning arced from Naruto's right shoulder to his left in a single crackling line. The air temperature spiked. Every hair on every arm within 10 feet stood at attention. "Finish that sentence," Naruto said. "See what happens." They didn't finish the sentence. They left. Quickly. Lee stared at him from the ground with eyes the size of dinner plates. You saved me. Don't make it weird." Naruto was already walking away. "And stop letting people corner you. If you can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu, hit harder. That's it. That's the whole secret." He didn't look back. He didn't need to. Something in him, the Laxus part, the part that remembered a team of 3 people who would have followed him into the sun, had identified a stray and filed it away. Lee would remember that moment for the rest of his life. Naruto would claim he'd already forgotten it by lunch. Both of them were lying. The academy years were not a coming-of-age story for Naruto Uzumaki. They were a hostage situation. The academy held him hostage, and he was too smart to break out early because he understood, with an instinct that predated his birth, that you didn't rise through an organization by burning it down. You rose by making everyone inside it understand that you could burn it down whenever you chose to, and simply hadn't yet. He didn't fail tests. He aced them, every single one. Written exams, taijutsu spars, weapons accuracy, chakra theory, perfect or near perfect across the board. This was not canon. This was not the dead last. This was a boy with 2 lifetimes of combat instinct layered into his nervous system, a strategic mind that had once orchestrated a coup against his own guild, and absolutely 0 patience for anyone who wasted his time. The taijutsu spars were where his reputation was built, 2nd week of the 1st year. Instructor Mizuki paired him against Kiba Inuzuka, who was loud and confident and came from a clan that specialized in close combat. Kiba swaggered to the ring grinning. "Yo, fur coat! Nice fashion statement. What are you, a pimp?" The class laughed. Naruto took his hands out of his pockets, slowly. The laughter died in stages, like candles going out one by one, as something in the room shifted, the temperature, the pressure. Something primal in 30 children's survival instincts collectively said, "Be quiet now." Mizuki called start. Kiba lunged. Naruto sidestepped, caught him by the collar of his jacket mid-rush, and slammed him into the ground so hard the packed earth of the sparring ring cracked. One move. Zero chakra. Pure physical superiority applied with mechanical precision. Kiba wheezed on the ground like a deflated balloon. "That the best your clan's got?" Naruto said, looking down at him. "Embarrassing." He walked back to the wall, put his headphones on, and leaned against it with his eyes closed. He didn't see the expression on Sasuke Uchiha's face from across the ring, a mix of surprise and something sharper, something that looked almost like hunger. But Shikamaru Nara saw it, and Shikamaru, who had already figured out that the smartest move in any rooms was to watch everyone else without being watched himself, filed it away. "Troublesome," he muttered. By the third month, nobody would spar with Naruto voluntarily. Iruka had to assign opponents. By the 6th month, the assigned opponents started developing convenient illnesses on sparring days. By the end of the first year, Iruka simply stopped putting Naruto in the rotation and started having him spar with training dummies instead. The dummies didn't last either. It wasn't just that Naruto was strong. Strong was Sasuke Uchiha, who was technically brilliant and ruthlessly efficient and the class prodigy by every traditional metric. Strong was Shino Aburame, whose insects gave him a toolkit most adults would envy. Strong was even Hinata Hyuga, who was quiet and uncertain, but whose gentle fist could shut down a limb with a touch. Naruto wasn't strong. Naruto was wrong. His power didn't follow the rules. He generated lightning without hand signs. He moved faster than his body should have allowed. When he got genuinely annoyed, when someone pushed too hard, needled too deep, the air around him ionized and crackled with visible yellow static, and every instinct in every brain nearby screamed predator and run. The teachers knew about the Nine Tails. They assumed that was what they were seeing. Leaked Biju chakra, demonic influence, the fox bleeding through. They were wrong. This wasn't the fox. The fox was separate, sealed deep, a grumbling presence behind bars that Naruto was vaguely aware of but didn't particularly care about. The lightning was his, Laxus's. The dragon Lacrima reborn as a chakra mutation that no Hyuga's Byakugan and no Uchiha's Sharingan would ever fully understand because it operated on principles that didn't exist in this world. He was a dragon slayer in a world of ninjas. And he was bored out of his mind. The only person in the academy who interested Naruto was Sasuke Uchiha, and that pissed him off. Sasuke was everything Naruto found annoying. Brooding, obsessive, drowning in his trauma like it was a hot bath he didn't want to get out of. Talented, sure. Stupidly talented, actually, with a work ethic that bordered on self-harm and a bloodline that was basically a cheat code for combat learning. But all that talent was pointed at one thing, his brother. Revenge. It was his only gear. And yet, Naruto watched him in the spars and saw someone who was actually trying. Not performing, not going through the motions. Trying with every cell in his body to get better, faster, stronger, sharper. It was familiar. It was the kind of drive Naruto remembered from the mirror. From a life where he trained until his lightning tasted like blood because he couldn't stand the idea of being weaker than the old man. He'd never say it. He would rather eat a kunai. But Sasuke Uchiha reminded him of himself, and that made Sasuke the most dangerous person in the room. Their first spar happened in the 2nd year. Iruka set it up reluctantly, and only because the class had been begging for it. The rookie of the year versus the monster. The prodigy versus the freak. The pretty boy versus the fur coat. The class gathered in a circle. The air was electric, literally, in Naruto's case. Tiny arcs of gold jumped between his knuckles. Sasuke stood across from him with the Uchiha's trademark scowl, arms at his sides, feet perfectly placed, eyes locked. "Don't hold back," Sasuke said quietly. "I want to see it." Naruto tilted his head. Something like respect flickered across his face, there and gone. "No, you don't," Iruka called start. Sasuke was fast, genuinely fast. He closed the distance with a body flicker that was advanced for a student his age and threw a combination, jab, cross, spinning heel kick, that was technically flawless. and would have dropped any other student in the class. Naruto blocked all three without moving his feet. His hands came up and caught the strikes the way you'd catch tennis balls. Casual, dismissive, insulting in how easy he made it look. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He adjusted, came in lower, faster, mixed in feints, threw an elbow that transitioned into a sweep that transitioned into an axe kick. It was genuinely impressive. Iruka's eyebrows climbed his forehead. Several students gasped. Naruto leaned back from the axe kick by 3 inches. The heel of Sasuke's sandal passed so close to his nose he could have counted the stitches. Then Naruto moved, 1 step forward, his right hand, crackling with a thin sheath of yellow lightning that made the air scream, caught Sasuke's descending leg at the ankle. He didn't slam him. He didn't throw him. He simply held him there, one-handed, Sasuke dangling slightly off balance with his leg trapped at full extension. The class went silent. Not quiet, silent, the kind of silence that has weight. "You're good," Naruto said, and he meant it. "You're the best one here besides me." He let go. Sasuke stumbled back, caught himself, reset. His face was a war, humiliation, fighting with fury, fighting with something that might have been understanding. "But you're not close to me yet," Naruto finished. He turned and walked away from the ring, hands in pockets, headphones going back on. "This fight isn't over," Sasuke snapped. "Yeah, it is." Naruto didn't look back. "Catch up, Uchiha. Then we'll have a real one." It was cruel. It was dismissive. It was exactly the kind of thing Laxus Dreyar would have said to someone on the guild's first floor while he lounged on the second. And deep down, buried so far beneath his arrogance that even he might not have known it was there, it was an invitation. "Get stronger. Prove me wrong. Give me someone worth fighting." Sasuke Uchiha heard all of it, every layer, and he burned. The graduation exam was a formality. Naruto passed with the highest overall score the Academy had recorded in a decade, higher than Itachi Uchiha's. The instructors didn't celebrate this. They processed it quietly, nervously, the way you'd process paperwork on a natural disaster. The headband looked wrong on him, too small, too quaint, like putting a leash on a thunderstorm. He wore it around his arm, not his forehead. The fur coat covered most of it anyway. He'd grown into the coat by now, 12 years old, tall for his age, lean and sharp-featured with whisker marks on his cheeks that should have made him look cute, but instead made him look feral. His hair was yellow, lightning yellow, the same shade as the power that lived in his bones. The Hokage summoned him to his office the day after graduation. The third sat behind his desk with his pipe and his hat and his tired, kind eyes. He'd aged a decade in the last 5 years. The job was too big for a man his age, and everyone knew it. Everyone except the third himself, who kept showing up every morning because that's what the old guard did. They endured. "Congratulations, Naruto," the third said warmly. "Highest score in years. You should be proud." Naruto stood in front of the desk with his arms crossed. He didn't sit in the offered chair. He never sat in the offered chair. "You called me here to talk about grades, old man." The third smile didn't falter. It never did. That was the thing about Hiruzen Sarutobi. You could swing at him all day, and he'd just absorb it with the patience of a mountain. "I called you here because tomorrow you'll be assigned to a Genin team, and I wanted to make sure you understood what that means. It means I'll be carrying 2 dead weights and a babysitter for the foreseeable future. It means you'll have comrades." Naruto's jaw tightened, just barely. Most people wouldn't have caught it. The third wasn't most people. "Comrades who depend on you," the old man continued, "and who you can depend on in return. The strength of a ninja isn't measured only in individual power, Naruto. It's measured in the bonds they don't." The word came out harder than Naruto intended. A single arc of lightning popped from his shoulder. The third didn't flinch, though his Anbu detail behind the hidden panels definitely did. "Don't lecture me about bonds, old man. You sit in this chair and you lecture me about bonds when you let this village treat me like garbage for 12 years. You think I don't know? You think I'm stupid? You had the power to change it, and you chose the soft approach every single time. Speeches, policies, gentle nudges. And I grew up alone because you didn't have the spine to tell this village the truth and make them deal with it." The silence that followed was thick enough to stand on. The third Hokage looked at the boy in front of him. Not with anger, not even with sadness, with recognition. He'd seen that particular brand of fury before. In Orochimaru, who'd been disappointed in the village's weakness. In Danzo, who'd been disgusted by its softness. In every brilliant young person who looked at the system and saw its failures with perfect clarity while being too young to understand why the system existed in the first place. "You're right," the third said simply. Naruto blinked. That wasn't the expected response. "I was too soft, too slow, too willing to let time heal what needed a firmer hand. That's my failure, Naruto, and I won't insult you by pretending otherwise." The old man took a long pull from his pipe. "But you're wrong about one thing. I didn't choose the soft approach because I lacked spine. I chose it because the hard approach, the approach you're describing, the one where you force compliance through power, creates obedience, not change. And obedience without understanding is just fear wearing a mask." Naruto stared at him. "You want to be Hokage," the third said. "It wasn't a question. I will be Hokage. Then learn the difference between a leader who is feared and a leader who is followed. Because right now, Naruto, you would make a spectacular dictator and a terrible Hokage." The words landed like a punch. Naruto's eyes widened. His hands clenched at his sides. Lightning crackled across his knuckles. But he didn't lash out. He didn't storm away. He stood there and took it because something in him, the Laxus part, the part that remembered being humbled by a tiny old man who could barely see over a bar counter, recognized the truth when it hit him in the teeth. "We'll see about that," Naruto said. His voice was quieter now, less electric. The third smiled, gently, the way Makarov used to smile. "Yes, we will." Naruto left. He didn't slam the door. He closed it softly, which was somehow more unsettling. Team assignments, Iruka read the list. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Jonin Sensei, Kakashi Hatake. The classroom erupted. Naruto and Sasuke on the same team? That was either brilliance or a death wish. Possibly both. Sakura Haruno, pink-haired, sharp-minded, currently operating under the delusion that Sasuke Uchiha was the most important thing in the universe, squealed. She was on Sasuke's team! Dreams come true! Then she processed the rest. She was also on Naruto's team, the monster, the kid who made the air taste like metal when he was irritated. Her enthusiasm dimmed like a lamp on a brownout. Sasuke said nothing. His eyes slid to Naruto across the room. Naruto met them. Something passed between them that wasn't friendship and wasn't hostility. It was closer to acknowledgement. "So you're the one they paired me with," Naruto pushed off the wall. "This better not slow me down." "Same," Sasuke said. Sakura looked between them and had the first inkling that her life was about to become very, very complicated. Kakashi Hake was 3 hours late. This was his tradition. Show up late. Gauge the students' reactions. The patient ones had discipline. The angry ones had fire. The ones who left had already failed. He opened the door to the classroom expecting 3 irritated 12-year-olds. He found one irritated 12-year-old, Sakura, one perfectly still 12-year-old radiating focused killing intent, and one 12-year-old in a fur coat who had his feet on the desk and was listening to music with his eyes closed, while visible arcs of yellow electricity lazily drifted across his shoulders like pet snakes. Kakashi's single visible eye focused on the lightning, then on the boy, then on the lightning again. "That's not normal chakra," his brain said. "That's not the nine tails either." "What the hell is that?" "Yo," he said cheerfully, "my first impression of you guys, I hate you all. Meet me on the roof." He vanished, body flicker, standard Jonin flex. When he reappeared on the roof, Naruto was already there, leaning against the railing, headphones around his neck, arms crossed, not breathing hard, not flickering with residual chakra from a shunshin. He just appeared. Kakashi's brain went from casual assessment to full tactical analysis in the space between heartbeats. "He's faster than me," some quiet professional part of his mind said. "No, not faster. He moved differently. There was no technique. He just turned into lightning for a split second and..." "What?" "You're late," Naruto said. 3 hours. You do that on purpose to test people?" Kakashi smiled behind his mask. "Ma, I got lost on the..." "Don't. I'm not one of your genin who'll laugh at the joke and move on. You were testing us. Fine, we're here. What's next?" Sasuke and Sakura arrived via the stairs a moment later. Kakashi took note, filed it, continued, introductions. Sakura liked Sasuke and disliked Naruto and wanted to become a strong kunoichi, standard. Sasuke wanted to kill a certain man and restore his clan. Predictable. Dark, but predictable. Then Naruto. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I don't have hobbies. I have training. I don't have dreams. I have plans. And my plan is to become Hokage. Not because I want to be, because nobody else in this village is qualified. The sheer arrogance of the statement hung in the air like smoke. Kakashi studied him. Behind the mask, behind the lazy posture and the pornographic novels and the chronic lateness, Kakashi Hatake was one of the most dangerous men alive. He'd been Anbu. He'd killed more people than most ninjas met in a lifetime. His Sharingan had copied over 1,000 techniques. And right now, every single one of his finely tuned combat instincts was saying the same thing. This kid is not a genin. Well, Kakashi said lightly, tomorrow, training ground 3, survival exercise. Don't eat breakfast. You'll throw up. He paused. Oh, and bring everything you've got. You're going to need it. He smiled at all three of them. But when his gaze passed over Naruto, the smile reached a place it rarely went anymore. Somewhere genuine. Somewhere that said, I need to see what you are. The bell test for 5 a.m. Training ground 3. Mist on the grass. 2 bells on Kakashi's hip. The rules were simple. Take a bell before noon or go back to the academy. 2 bells, 3 students. The math said someone was going home. Sakura and Sasuke positioned themselves on either side of the clearing, hidden in the trees, doing exactly what good academy graduates should do. Observe. Plan. Find an opening. Naruto stood in the middle of the clearing, out in the open, hands in his coat pockets. The morning breeze ruffled his fur collar. Kakashi stood across from him, Icha paradise in one hand. His visible eye crinkled in amusement. You know, the point of this exercise is to use stealth and... No, it isn't. Naruto pulled his headphones down around his neck. The air shifted. The point of this exercise is to show you that I don't need stealth. He moved, lightning body. Naruto's body converted into pure electrical energy. He didn't run. He didn't flicker. He became lightning, a bolt of golden light that crossed the clearing in a time frame that Kakashi's Sharingan, had it been uncovered, would have struggled to track. But Kakashi was Kakashi. He was already moving before Naruto launched. The book disappeared. His hand came up in a guard. He shifted his weight, ready to redirect, ready to counter, ready to teach this arrogant kid that raw speed without. Naruto's fist materialized out of the lightning bolt and hit Kakashi's guard with the force of a collapsing building. No, that wasn't right. It hit Kakashi's guard with the force of a collapsing building wrapped in a thunderstorm. Yellow lightning exploded from the point of contact. The shockwave flattened the grass in a perfect circle. Kakashi's feet carved trenches in the earth as he slid back 12 full feet, his forearms screaming, his teeth gritted behind his mask. Lightning Dragon's Iron Fist. Kakashi's brain processed the technique in real time. That wasn't a jutsu. No hand signs, no chakra molding. The lightning was generated from the boy's body itself, channeled through the fist at the moment of impact, amplifying the physical strike by a factor that Kakashi didn't want to calculate because the answer would be unreasonable. What? Kakashi started. Naruto was already on him. A second strike, a rising uppercut wrapped in crackling gold, that Kakashi dodged by a margin that would have embarrassed him if anyone was counting. The fist passed his chin close enough to leave ozone in his nostrils, lightning Dragon's jaw. The uppercut released a vertical column of electricity that scorched the air itself, rising 20 feet before dissipating. The heat of it singed Kakashi's mask. In the trees, Sakura's mouth was hanging open. She'd been in the academy with Naruto for years. She'd seen the sparks. She'd heard the stories. She had not been prepared for this. Sasuke's Sharingan, no, he didn't have it yet. But his regular eyes were wide, pupils dilated, drinking in every detail with the desperate intensity of a starving man watching someone else eat. Kakashi landed, reset, and made a decision. He reached up and pushed his headband off his left eye. The Sharingan spun to life. 3 Tomoe rotating lazily in a field of red. Naruto saw it, paused, tilted his head. The Sharingan, he said. You're pulling that out for a genin? I'm flattered. Don't be, Kakashi said. His tone had changed. The lazy drawl was gone. This was the Kakashi who had survived the Third Shinobi War. I need to see what you're doing, because whatever it is, it's not chakra. Not entirely. No, Naruto agreed. It isn't. He raised his right hand. Lightning gathered. Not around it, not coating it, but from it, as if his body was manufacturing electricity the way a heart manufactures blood. The bolt consolidated into a spear of gold light 3 feet long, crackling and furious and beautiful. Lightning Dragon's heavenward halberd. He threw it. The spear crossed the distance between them in less time than it took Kakashi to blink. The Sharingan saw it. The Sharingan tracked it. The Sharingan screamed at his body to move. He substituted. The log he left behind exploded into splinters and ash. The ground where it had stood was scorched black in a perfect circle. The grass vaporized. The earth fused into glass. Kakashi appeared behind Naruto. Or tried to. He emerged from the Shunshin already attacking. A sweep kick aimed at taking the boy's legs out. Basic. Effective. The kind of move that worked on Jinin because Jinin didn't have the reflexes to Naruto jumped. Not away from the kick. Over Kakashi entirely, flipping in the air with casual athleticism. And as he passed above the Jonin, he inhaled and his chest expanded and his cheeks swelled with light. "Oh no," Kakashi whispered. Lightning Dragon's roar. Naruto opened his mouth and a torrent of yellow lightning poured out. A beam of pure electrical devastation 3 meters wide that hit the ground where Kakashi had been standing and turned it into a crater. The roar of the attack drowned out everything. Birdsong, wind, the distant sounds of the village. For 3 full seconds, Training Ground 3 was the epicenter of a localized thunderstorm. Kakashi dodged, barely. He used a combination of Shunshin and raw physical ability that would have made most Jonin weep with envy. And he still felt the static charge from the roar cook the left side of his flak jacket. He landed in a crouch 30 meters away. His breathing was faster than he wanted to admit. His Sharingan was spinning at full speed, recording everything, analyzing everything, understanding nothing, because the Sharingan could copy jutsu. It could predict movement. It could see chakra flow and muscle tension and intent. It could not copy what Naruto was doing, because what Naruto was doing was not jutsu. It was not chakra manipulation. It was not ninjutsu or taijutsu or genjutsu. It was something that existed outside the framework the Sharingan was built to understand. It was magic, converted into chakra, running on principles from another world. And the Sharingan could see it happening, but couldn't explain it, which meant it couldn't predict it, which meant Kakashi was fighting blind against a 12-year-old. This had never happened to him before, not even in Ambu. "You done warming up?" Naruto asked. He hadn't landed. He was standing on empty air. No, not standing, hovering. His body was half converted to electricity, his feet leaving the ground as lightning licked downward from his soles and grounded itself against the earth. He was literally floating on his own lightning. Kakashi stared. Then he laughed. Quietly. Genuinely. The kind of laugh that only happens when someone encounters something so far beyond their expectations that the only response is delight. "Ma," he said softly. "Minato-sensei, what exactly was your son?" He reached for the bells on his hip, and they were gone. Kakashi looked down. Empty. He looked up. Naruto held both bells between his fingers, dangling them lazily. He'd taken them during the roar. When the blinding light and deafening sound had consumed Kakashi's senses for that fractional second, a lightning body clone, a construct of pure electricity wearing Naruto's shape, had flickered in, snagged the bells, and flickered out. Misdirection. The flashiest attack in his arsenal used as a distraction for a pickpocket. That was Laxus Dreyar's mind at work. Power was a tool. Overwhelming force was a tool. And the smartest use of a nuclear explosion was to make everyone look at the mushroom cloud while you stole their wallet. Kakashi's Sharingan spun. He hadn't even seen the clone. The roar had generated enough electromagnetic interference to blank his enhanced perception for the exact window needed. "Game over," Naruto said. He tossed one bell to Sasuke, who caught it reflexively, still half stunned from what he just witnessed. The second bell he tossed to Sakura, who fumbled it, caught it, and stared at it like it might bite her. Then Naruto walked to the nearest tree, sat down with his back against it, and put his headphones on. "Wait," Sakura said, her voice climbing. There are only 2 bells. What about you?" "I don't need a bell to prove I passed." Naruto closed his eyes. "Ask him." 3 sets of eyes turned to Kakashi. The Jonin stood in the middle of his destroyed training ground. Scorched earth, fused glass, flattened grass. He pulled his headband back down over his Sharingan, reached into his pouch and pulled out his book. "You all pass," he said. Sakura sputtered. "But the rules, he doesn't have a..." "The test was about teamwork," Kakashi said. He paused, considered. "Which technically none of you demonstrated. But Naruto did give you both his bells, which means he understood the real test and decided to solve it his own way. Or," Sasuke said quietly, "he just didn't want to carry them." Naruto's lips twitched, almost a smile. Kakashi looked at his three students, the traumatized prodigy, the book-smart fangirl, and the lightning dragon in a fur coat. He was going to need a bigger book. The D-rank missions were an exercise in endurance, not for the missions themselves, catching cats, pulling weeds, painting fences, but for Naruto's patience, which had roughly the tensile strength of wet tissue paper. He did them. He didn't complain. This surprised everyone. What they didn't understand was that Naruto had a very specific memory of being told by a tiny old man that every job in the guild was important, no matter how small, because the guild's reputation was built one mission at a time. He hated that memory. He hated that it was right. He pulled weeds with visible contempt and perfect efficiency. Kakashi watched. Kakashi always watched. The man operated on three speeds: late, observing, and lethal. The first two were interchangeable. He'd filed his report on the bell test with the third directly. He'd included everything: the lightning generation, the physical conversion, the attack patterns that matched no known jutsu classification, the power level that was, by any reasonable assessment, Jonin tier at minimum. The third had read the report, smoked his pipe, and said, "I know. You know? I've been watching that boy for 12 years, Kakashi. I know exactly what he is. I just don't know why he is." And the council believes it's the Ninetales, leaked Biju chakra shaping itself into lightning nature. Danzo has proposed taking custody 3 times. I've denied it 3 times. If I deny it a 4th time, he'll stop asking. The implication was clear, and the third Hokage, for all his softness, for all the patience Naruto scorned him for, was willing to go to war with his own council to keep one boy free. Sometimes strength looked like lightning. Sometimes it looked like an old man saying no. The bridge builder came on a Tuesday, Tazuna, drunk, rude, terrified beneath the act. He needed protection on the road to Wave Country. He'd requested a C rank because he couldn't afford a B rank. He was lying about the danger level, and everyone over the age of 20 in the mission room knew it. The third approved it anyway. He looked at Kakashi. Kakashi looked back. A conversation happened in the space between blinks. The boy needs a real mission. He's going to eat someone alive if we send him after another cat. They set out the next morning. The attack came within the first hour. 2 chonin, the demon brothers, Gozu and Meizu, hiding in a puddle on a dry road, which was the kind of disguise that worked on civilians and absolutely nobody else. Kakashi noticed the puddle. Naruto noticed the puddle. Sasuke noticed the puddle. Sakura noticed everyone else noticing the puddle and felt vaguely left out. Kakashi allowed the attack to proceed. He wanted to see how his team would react under genuine threat. This was standard. This was protocol. This was, Naruto was gone. One moment he was walking behind Tazuna with his hands in his pockets, his expression the same flat line of disinterest he wore everywhere. The next, the air split with a crack of thunder, and he was between the demon brothers mid-attack, one hand on each of their faces. "Lightning body," Kakashi murmured from the tree line, watching Naruto's hands discharged. Not a lethal amount, just enough to blow every circuit in 2 human nervous systems simultaneously. The demon brothers went rigid, their shuriken chains clattering to the ground, their eyes rolling back. They hit the dirt like dropped marionettes. 3 seconds. The entire engagement lasted 3 seconds. Naruto let go of their faces, wiped his hands on his coat, and turned to Tazuna. "You lied about the mission rank." Tazuna's mouth opened and closed like a fish on a dock. "You've got someone serious chasing you," Naruto continued. "These 2 are C rank at best. Whoever sent them is higher, probably A rank, probably famous." He paused. "Water country, missing Nin. So either Zabuza Momochi or someone from his circle." The silence was deafening. Kakashi stared at his student. Sakura stared at his student. Sasuke was staring at his student with that look again. The hungry one, the one that said, "How are you this far ahead of me?" "How?" Tazuna started. Their headbands are kiri, scratched, missing 9 from the mist. The chain weapon is specific to a 2-man cell that operated under Zabuza's command. It's in the bingo book. I read it when I was 8. Naruto shrugged. We're continuing the mission. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. That's not your decision. Sure it is. Naruto started walking. You were going to continue it anyway. You let the attack happen to test us. If you were planning to abort, you'd have handled it yourself. You didn't, so we're going. He paused, glancing back over his shoulder. Unless you're scared. The corner of Kakashi's visible eye twitched. Ma, he sighed. Let's go. Zabuza Momochi appeared on the bridge like a nightmare made of mist and malice. The fog rolled in thick and cold, reducing visibility to meters, turning the world into a gray nothing. Naruto felt him before he saw him. A killing intent so heavy it pressed against the skin like wet cement. Most genin would have frozen. Most chunin would have frozen. It was the kind of intent that came from a man who had killed over 100 people and stopped counting because the number was boring. Sasuke's hands were shaking. Sakura had gone pale. Tazuna was one loud noise away from a heart attack. Naruto stood in the fog and felt the killing intent wash over him like warm rain. His expression didn't change. A distant memory surfaced, standing in a guild hall while a dragon's roar shook the foundation, and not flinching, because he was the lightning dragon slayer and dragons did not bow to anything. Decent killing intent, Naruto said aloud to the fog. For a human. The fog shifted. Zabuza materialized on the railing of the bridge, 7 feet of scarred muscle, his Kubikirabocho resting on his shoulder like a guillotine taking a break. His eyes, visible above the bandages, were flat and predatory. Sharingan Kakashi, Zabuza said, ignoring the kids entirely. Didn't expect Konoha to send you for a babysitting job. Ma, you know how it is. Kakashi's headband was already up, Sharingan exposed. His posture had shifted from lazy to lethal in the space of a breath. Surprises everywhere. Zabuza's eyes flicked to Naruto, just briefly, and something in them caught. A hitch, a stutter of assessment, because the kid in the fur coat wasn't scared, wasn't nervous, was standing in A-rank killing intent like it was a light breeze and looking at Zabuza with an expression that could only be described as evaluating. Interesting brat you've got there, Zabuza said. You have no idea, Kakashi replied. Zabuza moved. He was fast, genuinely fast, A-rank fast, the kind of fast that killed people before they understood they were dying. He launched from the railing, Kubikirabocho carving a horizontal arc that would have bisected Tazuna and both of the kids flanking him. Kakashi intercepted, kunai against cleaver. The clang of metal echoed across the water. They exchanged blows, 3, 4, 5, each one powerful enough to crack concrete. Kakashi was skilled. Zabuza was a monster. It was a jonin fight, brutal and efficient and miles above anything genin should be witnessing. Then Zabuza disengaged. He landed on the water. His hands flew through seals. Hidden Mishjutsu. The fog tripled. Visibility dropped to 0. This was Zabuza's domain, the silent killing technique, the art of murder and perfect blindness. Even Kakashi's Sharingan was neutralized. You can't copy what you can't see. 8 choices. Zabuza's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which will it be? Sakura whimpered. Sasuke gripped his kunai so hard his knuckles creaked. Tazuna was praying to gods he hadn't believed in since childhood. Naruto closed his eyes and smiled. Water conducts electricity. Every child knows this. Every academy student learns it in basic elemental theory. Water is weak to lightning. It's one of the first things they teach you. Zabuza had filled the area with water vapor. Microscopic droplets, billions of them. Suspended in the air, touching everything, connecting everything, creating in effect a massive continuous conductor that linked every molecule of moisture in the fog to every other molecule, including the moisture on Zabuza's skin. Zabuza had built himself a trap. He just didn't know it was a trap yet. Because no genin, no chunin, and only a handful of jonin could generate enough unfocused electrical discharge to turn atmospheric moisture into a weapon. Naruto wasn't a genin. He wasn't a chunin. He wasn't a jonin. He was a dragon slayer. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said calmly into the fog. Step off the water. Kakashi didn't hesitate. He'd been a ninja long enough to recognize a warning from someone who didn't give warnings. And he leaped to the bridge's surface without questioning it. Naruto raised one hand. Lightning gathered, not in his hand, but around him. In the air, in the moisture, in every droplet of Zabuza's mist. The fog began to glow, faintly at first, then brighter. The water vapor was ionizing. Every particle of moisture was becoming a tiny conductor, a tiny node in a network of gold. Zabuza felt it. He was mid-approach. Kubakirabocho raised for a killing blow aimed at Tazuna's neck, and he felt the air change. The hair on his arms stood up. The metallic taste of ozone flooded his mouth. And something deep in his survival instincts, the part of him that had survived the bloody mist, that had killed 100 classmates to graduate, that had faced the Mizukage himself and walked away, that part screamed move. Too late. Raging bolt. The sky above the bridge, the actual sky hidden above the fog, turned gold. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, channeled through the ionized mist, amplified by every droplet of moisture in a 100-meter radius, and struck the surface of the water with the force of divine judgment. The fog evaporated. Instantly, every droplet of Zabuza's hidden mist technique vaporized in a flash of gold light and thunder so loud it cracked windows in Wave Country's nearest village. Zabuza took the hit, not the full hit. His reflexes were A rank, and his survival instinct was legendary. He'd managed to substitute at the last possible microsecond, replacing himself with a water clone that absorbed the majority of the discharge. But the residual current, the lightning that traveled through the water beneath his feet, the electricity that was in the air itself, caught him. His muscles locked. His sword arm spasmed. He stumbled, dropped to one knee on the water's surface. And for the first time in the battle, he was vulnerable. And Kakashi was there. Because Kakashi was always there when it counted. A kunai at Zabuza's throat. Sharingan spinning. The lazy eye as cold as permafrost. It's over, Kakashi said. Zabuza looked past Kakashi. At Naruto, at the 12-year-old who had just turned his signature technique into a lightning rod and blown it apart with a single attack from the sky. What the hell is that kid? Zabuza breathed. Nobody answered. It wasn't a question that had a good answer yet. Senbon needles hit Zabuza's neck from the tree line. A masked figure appeared, young, slender, wearing a Kiri Hunterman mask. Haku, the tool, the devoted weapon. Thank you for your assistance, Haku said, voice gentle as snowfall. I've been tracking this one for some time. Kakashi recognized the fake for what it was. Naruto recognized the fake for what it was, but they let it play out. Different reasons. Kakashi was exhausted from the Sharingan use and needed time to recover. Naruto wanted to see who was loyal enough to Zabuza to run interference. Haku vanished with Zabuza's body. The bridge fell silent, except for the fading crackle of residual electricity. Tazuna sat down very slowly on the bridge planks. I need a drink, he said. You and me both, old man, Naruto replied, and for once there was no edge in it. Just the faint, tired humor of someone who had done what needed doing and was ready to sit down. The week at Tazuna's house was preparation. Naruto knew Zabuza would be back. Fake death by Senbon was a standard technique, hitting pressure points to simulate cardiac arrest. Whoever the masked kid was, they were skilled and they were loyal. That combination was dangerous. He trained. Not because he needed the power boost. His reserves were monstrous, his techniques were devastating, and his base physical stats were higher than most shonen. He trained because Laxus Dreyar never stopped training. You didn't become the strongest by being the strongest once. You became the strongest by being the strongest every single day, until it was so natural that people forgot there was ever a time when you weren't. He also trained Sakura, not out of kindness, out of necessity. You're the weakest link on this team, he told her on the second day. No sugarcoating, no diplomacy. She flinched like he'd slapped her. You've got chakra control that's better than mine and Sasuke's combined, and you're wasting it on being a fangirl. That stops now. I'm not a, you are. Every time Sasuke breathes, you lose 3 IQ points. Cut it out. You're supposed to be the smart one. Start acting like it. Sakura's eyes were wet. Her fists were clenched. She wanted to yell at him. She wanted to hit him. She also wanted to prove him wrong so badly that it overwrote every other impulse. What do you want me to do? She asked. Her voice was steady. Barely Naruto regarded her. Behind the arrogance, something ancient and surprisingly perceptive was working. Learn medical ninjutsu. You've got the control for it. And on a team with me and the Uchiha, you'll need it. Not for us, for everyone we'll be fighting against. When we're done with them, someone's going to need to keep them alive. It wasn't nice. It wasn't inspiring. But it was the most honest assessment of her potential anyone had ever given her, and Sakura was smart enough to hear the compliment buried in the brutality. You have a role, and it matters. She started studying medical texts that night. Sasuke trained alone. He always trained alone. Kakashi taught him the basics of the Sharingan activation, the stress-induced awakening, the emotional trigger, the way trauma and intensity could snap the dormant bloodline to life. Sasuke absorbed it all with the grim efficiency of a soldier loading a weapon. He didn't ask Naruto to train with him. He wanted to. The words formed in his mouth a dozen times. But every time he looked at the boy in the fur coat, sitting on the roof of Tazuna's house at night, headphones on, lightning dancing between his fingers as he stared at the stars, something stopped him. Pride, fear, the suspicion that if he asked for help, Naruto would give it, and that would mean admitting the gap between them was real. Naruto would have said yes. He'd never tell Sasuke that, but he would have. Zabuza came back on the 7th day, as expected, stronger, angrier, with Haku at his side, the ice user's mask firmly in place, the bridge, the fog, the killing intent. Round 2, this time, Kakashi and Zabuza engaged immediately, full speed, no posturing. They clashed in the mist like two storms colliding, and the sounds of their battle, steel on steel, water on water, explosion after explosion filled the air. Haku went for Sasuke. This was strategic. Take out the Sharingan before it awakened. Eliminate the future threat. It was smart. It was efficient. It was the wrong choice. Haku's ice mirrors materialized around Sasuke in a dome of reflective crystal. Beautiful, lethal. Inside the dome, Haku moved between mirrors at speeds that were almost impossible to track, appearing in one, launching Senbon, disappearing, appearing in another. It was a technique designed to overwhelm through angles and volume. No escape, no counter. You couldn't dodge what came from everywhere at once. Sasuke fought, hard, brilliantly. The Senbon hit him, arms, legs, shoulders, but he kept moving, kept fighting, kept refusing to drop. His eyes burned, his Sharingan flickered. One Tome, unstable, barely there. And for brief flashes he could see Haku's movement. Not predict it, just see it. A fraction of a second of clarity in a storm of needles. It wasn't enough. Haku was too fast. The Senbon accumulated. Sasuke was slowing down. Outside the dome, Sakura guarded Tazuna. Her hands were shaking, but her feet were planted. She would not run. She had decided that somewhere between Naruto's insult and this moment, and she would not run. Naruto stood outside the ice mirrors. He'd been watching, assessing, giving Sasuke time. Not out of cruelty, but because he knew with a dragon's instinct that Sasuke needed this fight. Needed the pressure, needed the awakening. But there were limits. Sasuke took a Senbon to the knee. His leg buckled. Haku appeared in a mirror directly above him, arm drawn back, a full spread of Senbon aimed at vital points. Enough, Naruto said. He didn't shout it. He didn't even raise his voice. But the word carried like thunder, and the air around him went gold, partial dragon force. It started in his eyes. The blue irises slit vertically, dragon pupils, ancient and inhuman. Scales appeared on his cheeks, his forearms, his neck. Not visible to most, just a shimmer, a texture change, as if his skin was trying to remember what it had been in another life. His hair stood up straighter, the yellow deepening to gold. Lightning didn't crackle around him anymore, it screamed. Haku, inside the mirror, hesitated. Something primal overrode her training. The boy outside the dome had changed. The chakra coming off him was different now, heavier, wilder, carrying a pressure that had nothing to do with volume and everything to do with nature. It was the pressure of a predator so far up the food chain that the concept of prey didn't apply anymore. Naruto stepped forward. His hand touched the ice mirror. The mirror cracked. Then the crack spread. Then it shattered. Haku flickered, tried to transit to another mirror. Made it halfway. Naruto caught her by the wrist. Mid-transit. Moving between mirrors at full speed, in a technique that was supposed to be uncatchable, and the boy in the fur coat reached into the space between mirrors and plucked her out of it like a man catching a bird in flight. They stood there, Naruto holding Haku's wrist. Haku's mask cracked from the electrical discharge running through Naruto's skin. Beneath the crack, a young face, a beautiful face. eyes wide with something that was not quite fear and not quite awe. "You're fast," Naruto said. "Faster than anyone I've fought at this level. And those mirrors are a bloodline, which means you can't be copied or countered through normal means." Haku said nothing. She was trying to pull free. Naruto's grip didn't budge. "So here's my offer." Naruto's voice was calm, almost casual. The voice of a man in a fur coat sitting on a second floor, looking down at someone who had just proven they were worth talking to. "Stop fighting for a dead man's dream. Zabuza's using you as a weapon. You're better than that. You've got power. You've got speed. You've got a bloodline that could change a battlefield. I can use someone like you." "Zabuza-sama is my reason for living," Haku whispered. "I exist to serve him." "No, you exist, period. What you do with that is a choice, not a destiny. The fact that no one ever showed you that isn't your fault. But now I'm telling you, so it's your responsibility." Haku stared at him. The mask fell away entirely. What was underneath was young and lost and desperately wanting to believe in something beyond utility. "If you won't join me," Naruto said, releasing her wrist, "then stay out of my way. But if you ever want a place that's more than a tool shed, find me." He turned his back on her. It was either the most arrogant thing he'd ever done or the most trusting. Laxus Dreyar had never been able to tell the difference either. The ice mirrors dissolved. Sasuke lay on the ground, bleeding from 24 senbon wounds, his Sharingan now spinning with 2 tomoe in each eye. He stared at the sky, at the gold lightning still dancing across it. "You took your time," Sasuke said. "It was meant to be bitter. It came out grateful." "You're welcome," Naruto said, and kept walking toward the real fight. Zabuza and Kakashi were deep in it. The bridge was a ruin. Chunks of concrete torn up, guardrails shattered, the surface cracked and flooded. Zabuza had summoned a water dragon at some point, and the remains of it were still pooling in every depression. Kakashi had a cut across his arm and the focused expression of a man operating at 90% capacity. Zabuza was flagging. The earlier lightning damage was still in him. His muscles twitched involuntarily. His reaction time was a fraction slower than it should have been. But he was fighting through it because Zabuza Momochi had fought through worse and survived. Then Naruto arrived, still in partial dragon force, scales on his skin, lightning in his eyes. Zabuza saw him and understood. Not the details, not the Dragon Slayer magic, or the reincarnated soul, or any of the cosmic absurdity that made Naruto what he was. But the important thing, the simple truth, he was outmatched, completely, by a child. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, "I'll finish this." For once, Kakashi didn't argue. He stepped back. His Sharingan watched everything. Zabuza raised Kubikiri-Bocho, a warrior's response. No surrender, no pleading, just the blade in the fight and whatever came next. "You've got guts, kid. I'll give you that. I've got more than guts." Naruto raised his hand. Lightning gathered, concentrated, refined, compressed into a single point of blinding gold light that hummed with enough electrical energy to power a city. Lightning Dragon Slayer secret art, roaring thunder. He didn't shout the name. He didn't need to. The technique spoke for itself. A dragon, a construct of pure lightning, massive and serpentine and alive with crackling fury, erupted from his hand. It was 60 feet long. Its jaws were open. Its eyes burned like twin suns. It crossed the distance to Zabuza in a heartbeat and swallowed the space he occupied. The explosion was biblical. Water vaporized. Concrete fractured. The bridge shook from one end to the other. A column of gold light rose from the impact point like a beacon, visible from every window in Wave Country. When it cleared, Zabuza was down, on his back. Kubikiri-Bocho shattered 3 meters away. The legendary blade cracked clean in 2. He was alive. Naruto had controlled the output, aimed it to destroy the weapon and incapacitate the man without killing. But he wasn't getting up. Not today. Not tomorrow. Maybe not next week. Haku was at his side in an instant. She'd appeared from somewhere, mask gone, face bare, cradling Zabuza's head in her lap. Naruto looked at them. The dragon faded, the scales receded. His eyes shifted back to blue. He was just a boy in a fur coat again, standing on a broken bridge, looking down at a weapon in its sheath. "Take him and go," Naruto said. "Don't come back here. The bridge builder finishes his bridge. Wave Country gets its freedom. That's the deal. Take it or don't, but don't make me repeat myself." Haku looked up at him. Something shifted in those eyes. Not obedience, not submission, something closer to what a compass needle does when it finds north for the first time. "Thank you," she whispered. "Don't thank me, just go." They went. Haku gathered Zabuza with a strength that belied her slender frame and vanished into the mist. The last thing visible was her hair, black against the gray, and then nothing. Gato arrived 20 minutes later with his mercenary army. 200 men. He'd been waiting for the ninjas to kill each other so he could clean up the survivors on the cheap. It was a good plan. Practical. Economical. It also required the ninjas to be tired. Naruto wasn't tired. He didn't even turn around. He raised one hand toward the sky. His eyes didn't leave the water where Zabuza and Haku had disappeared. Thunder Palace. Lightning erupted from his body, not as an attack, but as dozens of individual orbs of compressed electricity that shot into the sky and arranged themselves in a grid pattern above the bridge. Each orb was a node. Each node was connected to every other node by invisible threads of electrical current. The entire formation covered the bridge like a luminous net, pulsing with gold light. Gato's mercenaries looked up. 200 hardened killers, thugs, and cutthroats looked up at the sky full of lightning and felt something cold settle in their stomachs. "Leave," Naruto said, still not turning around. "Or I drop all of them at once and you become the world's largest collection of matching gravestones." Gato was a businessman. He understood cost-benefit analysis. The cost of staying was clearly death. He ran. His mercenaries ran faster. The bridge was saved. Wave Country was free. The bridge would later be named the Great Naruto Bridge, which the boy in question found acceptable. Kakashi wrote his mission report that night. It was 12 pages long. 3 of those pages were just detailed descriptions of techniques he'd never seen before and couldn't classify. In the margin of page 7, in handwriting that was less controlled than usual, he'd written, "We need to talk about this boy. Urgently." The third read the report. He already knew what it would say. He'd been watching Naruto for 12 years. He'd seen the lightning get stronger every month. He'd felt the pressure of the boy's presence grow from a spark to a storm. He put the report in a locked drawer. He smoked his pipe. And he thought, not for the first time, that the will of fire burned in many colors, and the hottest flame was always white and gold. The Chunin exams were announced 3 weeks after they returned from Wave. Kakashi nominated Team 7 without hesitation. Some jonin raised eyebrows. A team of fresh genin entering the exams this early was unusual. Kurenai and Asuma both made noise about it. Kakashi smiled behind his mask. "My students are ready." He didn't mention that one of his students could level a city block. He figured they'd find out. The first exam was written. Ibiki Morino's terror test. The purpose wasn't knowledge. It was information gathering under pressure. And the final question was a psychological filter designed to weed out anyone who couldn't handle risk. Naruto sat through the written portion without writing a single answer. He put his feet on the desk, leaned back, and closed his eyes. Ibiki noticed. Ibiki always noticed. "You," the scarred proctor said, walking to Naruto's desk. "You planning on passing this exam?" Naruto opened one eye. "The test isn't about the answers. It's about whether I have the guts to stay in the room. I'm in the room. Move on." Ibiki stared at him. Naruto stared back. The room was very quiet. Then Ibiki laughed. It was not a warm laugh. It was the laugh of a man who tortured people for a living, encountering someone who was fundamentally untorturable. "10th question," Ibiki announced to the room. "Take it or leave." Naruto didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't even open his other eye. Teams dropped out. Quitters quit. Those who remained passed. The second exam was the Forest of Death. Anko Mitarashi explained the rules with the enthusiasm of a woman who genuinely enjoyed watching children suffer in a controlled environment. Earth Scroll or Heaven Scroll. Get the other one. Reach the tower. Don't die. 5 days. Team 7 entered the forest. Naruto walked at the front. No hesitation. No caution. The forest was dark and ancient and filled with oversized wildlife that could swallow a person whole, and Naruto walked through it like he owned it. Because in his mind, he did. This was Konoha's forest. Konoha was his guild. Everything in it was under his jurisdiction. The first team to attack them lasted 14 seconds. Rain Village Genin. Ambush from the canopy. Decent coordination. Naruto hit the lead attacker with a lightning dragon's iron fist that cratered the tree branch he was standing on. punched through the branch below it, and embedded the rain nin in the forest floor 20 feet down. The other two surrendered. They had a heaven scroll. Team 7 already had an earth scroll. Mission accomplished in 45 minutes. They could have gone to the tower. They didn't, because Orochimaru was in the forest. And Orochimaru had been looking for them. He came on the second day, wearing the face of a grass nin, which was a disguise that fooled exactly nobody with sensor abilities. The chakra was wrong. The presence was wrong. Everything about the grass kunoichi was wrong in the way that only something ancient and terrible wearing a human costume could be wrong. Naruto felt him coming from 200 meters away. The air itself seemed to recoil. "Get behind me," Naruto said to Sasuke and Sakura. His voice was different, lower, harder, the Laxus voice, the voice that had commanded the Thunder God tribe in battle. "What is it?" Sasuke asked, already reaching for a kunai, something that isn't a genin. The forest parted. The grass nin stepped out, smiled. It was the smile of a snake contemplating a mouse, patient, amused, anatomically wrong. My, Orochimaru said, dropping the voice along with the pretense. The grass nine's skin peeled. What was underneath was pale and yellow-eyed and radiated an authority that most S-rank nin could only dream of. "Sasuke-kun, what a pleasure." His eyes flicked to Naruto, dismissed him, returned to Sasuke. "That was a mistake. You're not here for the Uchiha," Naruto said calmly. Orochimaru's gaze returned, slower this time, more attentive. "Oh, and how would you know that, boy?" "That's because if you wanted the Uchiha, you'd have taken him while he was alone. You came to the forest because you wanted to see what Konoha was fielding. You've been watching for days, and whatever you saw interested you enough to show up in person." Orochimaru's smile widened. The snake eyes gleamed with something that wasn't hunger. It was curiosity. Academic curiosity. The curiosity of a scientist encountering an anomaly. "You're perceptive. Minato's son, aren't you? I expected the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to be different." "I get that a lot." Naruto didn't wait for the conversation to continue. Conversation with S-rank missing nin was a trap in itself. Every second you spent talking was a second they spent analyzing, positioning, preparing. Orochimaru was the type who could plant 3 traps in a sentence and you wouldn't notice until the poison was already in your blood. So Naruto hit him first. Lightning Dragon's Roar. The beam of yellow lightning tore through the forest canopy. Trees disintegrated. The air ignited. A path of golden devastation carved through the forest of death that would be visible from satellite imagery if this world had satellites. Orochimaru dodged. Of course he did. He was Orochimaru. He bent backward at an angle that should have broken a human spine, his body moving with the boneless fluidity of an actual snake, and the roar passed over him close enough to singe his hair. He came up smiling. "Lightning release? No, that's not a jutsu. There were no hand signs, no chakra molding. That was..." He paused. His smile faltered. For the first time in a very, very long time, Orochimaru looked genuinely uncertain. What was that? There it was. The moment. The realization. Naruto pressed forward. Lightning Dragon's Iron Fist. A right hook that turned his entire forearm into a column of electrical fury. Orochimaru blocked it with his Kusanagi, the legendary blade appearing from his mouth in a move that was equal parts combat technique and psychological horror. The fist hit the blade and the lightning discharged through it. Orochimaru's arms went numb. His eyes widened. The Kusanagi was supposed to be unbreakable, but the electricity didn't need to break it. It just needed to travel through it. "You're not using hand signs," Orochimaru said, leaping back. His voice had changed. The amusement was gone. What replaced it was something sharper. "You're not molding chakra through your tenketsu. The lightning is being generated from your body itself, from your cells, your muscles, your very biology. This isn't a technique. This is a trait, a mutation." He was figuring it out. Not the truth, the Dragon Slayer part, the reincarnation, the lacrima. He couldn't know that, but he was understanding the mechanism, and for Orochimaru, understanding the mechanism was the first step toward coveting it. "You're a specimen," Orochimaru breathed. "A perfect specimen. The kind of biological adaptation that occurs once in a millennium." Lightning Dragon's jaw, the uppercut caught Orochimaru under the chin. He hadn't expected it. He'd been talking, monologuing, the fatal flaw of every genius who loved the sound of their own voice. and Naruto had closed the distance in that gap between sentences and hit him. The impact launched the Sannin 20 feet into the air. Lightning exploded upward from the strike point, a pillar of gold that lit the forest like a second sun. Orochimaru's body contorted midair. He caught himself, twisted, used a substitution to appear on a distant branch, but his jaw was dislocated. His mouth hung slightly wrong, and his yellow eyes, for one brief, beautiful moment, held something that Orochimaru hadn't felt in decades. Fear, not of the technique, not of the power, of the implication. This child was generating a force that operated outside every system Orochimaru understood, and Orochimaru had spent a lifetime making sure he understood everything. The unknown was the one thing that could frighten him, because you can't immortalize what you can't comprehend. He reset his jaw with a sickening crack. His tongue ran across his lips. The smile was back, but it was thinner now, more careful. Fascinating, Orochimaru said. We will meet again, Naruto-kun. He turned to Sasuke, his neck extended, an impossible inhuman stretch, and he lunged for the Uchiha's throat, not to kill, to mark, to plant his curse seal, to claim what he'd actually come for. Naruto moved, lightning body. He was between Orochimaru and Sasuke before the snake's teeth could find their target. His hand caught Orochimaru's extending neck and squeezed. Lightning pulsed through his grip. Orochimaru's eyes bulged. You don't touch my team, Naruto said. His voice was the voice of a dragon, low, rumbling, final. You don't look at them. You don't think about them. If I see you near them again, I won't hold back like I'm doing now. Holding back. He was holding back. Against a Sannin, Orochimaru processed this. He was very good at processing information. He processed it and filed it and revised his plans accordingly. Until next time, he gurgled and dissolved into mud. Substitution. He was gone. The forest fell silent. Naruto released the empty clone and stood there for a moment, breathing. The Dragon Force markings faded from his skin. The lightning dimmed. No, he was just a boy again. A boy who had just gone toe-to-toe with one of the legendary Sannin and made him retreat without a mark. Sasuke stood behind him, staring. His hands were shaking, not from fear, but from the overwhelming, crushing, suffocating realization of the gap between himself and Naruto. What are you? Sasuke whispered. Naruto looked over his shoulder. His expression was unreadable. I'm the guy who just saved your life. You can thank me later. Let's move. They moved the tower. The prelims, 30-something genin had survived the forest. Too many for the finals. So preliminary rounds, one-on-one, random matchups, immediate. The screen displayed the first fight. Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba cracked his knuckles. Akamaru barked. They'd grown since the academy. Kiba was taller, louder, more confident. He had the Inuzuka clan's techniques now, the fang over fang, the beast mimicry, the combo attacks with Akamaru. Rematch time. Fur coat. Kiba shouted, jumping into the arena. I've been waiting for this. Naruto walked to the arena floor, hands in pockets, headphones around his neck. He stopped in the center and looked at Kiba with an expression that could only be described as compassionate boredom. Have you? Naruto said. That's sad. I'm gonna wipe that smirk off your... Hajime, Hayate coughed. Kiba launched. Man-beast clone. Akamaru transformed into a copy of Kiba. Both of them spun, fang over fang. Twin drills of claw and fang aimed at Naruto's center mass. Naruto raised his index finger. A single spark of yellow lightning sat on its tip, tiny and almost cute. He flicked it. The spark crossed the distance between his finger and Kiba's spinning form in a fraction of a second. When it hit, it discharged. Not a major technique, not even a minor one. Just a static shock, amplified through Dragon Slayer physiology to roughly the voltage of a taser set to cruel. Kiba dropped out of his spin. Akamaru dropped out of his spin. They hit the ground in a tangled heap of twitching limbs and confused yelping. Kiba tried to get up. His muscles wouldn't cooperate. His legs were jelly. His arms were spaghetti. He was, in medical terms, experiencing a complete but temporary neuromuscular disruption. In non-medical terms, he'd been turned off and back on again. The arena was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then the reaction started. One finger! Choji yelled from the stands, his chips spraying everywhere. He used one finger! Ino covered her mouth. Shikamaru pinched the bridge of his nose. Troublesome. Rock Lee's eyes were blazing with the fires of youth. Incredible! Naruto-kun's power of lightning is truly magnificent. I must train harder. Neji Hyuga observed from the balcony with his Byakugan active. What he saw in Naruto's chakra system disturbed him. The pathways were wrong, not blocked or damaged, but different, running in patterns that shouldn't exist, channeling energy through nodes that weren't tenketsu. Fate has made him powerful, Neji murmured, but fate is not finished with him. Hinata clutched the railing and blushed so hard she nearly fainted. Some things were universal across all timelines. Hayate stepped forward, checked Kiba, alive, twitching, deeply embarrassed, and called it. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was already walking back to the balcony. He hadn't even taken his hands out of his pockets. Sasuke watched from the railing above. His fists were clenched. His Sharingan was active, two tomoe spinning. And he'd been trying to analyze what Naruto did. He'd seen the spark. He'd tracked it. He'd even understood the basic concept. A precision electrical discharge aimed at the nervous system. He couldn't copy it. The Sharingan offered him nothing. No hand signs to memorize. No chakra pattern to replicate. Just a boy pointing a finger and ending a fight. The gap. The gap, the gap, the gap. It was all Sasuke could think about. Every day, every hour, it was there. Not shrinking. Maybe growing. The thing that Orochimaru had whispered to him in the forest, the offer, the power, the curse seal he'd been denied because Naruto had been too fast, echoed in his mind like a bell that wouldn't stop ringing. I can give you power, enough to close any gap. Come find me when you're tired of being second. Sasuke pushed the thought down deep, where it could grow in the dark. The prelims continued. Fights happened. Some mattered, most didn't. Not to this story. What mattered was the bracket that formed. Naruto Uzumaki would face Neji Hyuga in the finals. This was destiny, or irony, or both. The month between prelims and finals was a month of escalation. Kakashi took Sasuke to train separately. Fire release, advanced Sharingan techniques, and one more thing, a technique that Kakashi had developed himself, the only original jutsu he'd ever created. A blade of lightning concentrated in the palm of the hand. Chidori, 1,000 birds. Kakashi taught it to Sasuke because Sasuke needed a weapon that could close the gap, needed something sharp enough to cut through Naruto's lightning, needed to believe, even briefly, that he had an answer. He didn't have an answer, but he didn't know that yet. Naruto trained alone. He always trained alone. He went to the top of the Hokage monument, his favorite spot, the highest point in the village, the place where lightning was closest, and he trained. Not techniques. He had enough techniques. He trained control, precision. The difference between leveling a building and cauterizing a wound, the difference between Raging Bolt and the flick that dropped Kiba, he also trained Dragon Force. The partial activation during the wave mission had been instinctive, a surge response to danger. He needed it deliberate, controlled, full. He'd never gone full Dragon Force. Not in this life. The Laxus memories told him what it was, the ultimate state of a Dragon Slayer, the complete synchronization with the draconic power source, a transformation that turned a human into something between man and dragon. In his first life, it had been devastating. In this life, with chakra replacing magic, but obeying the same principles, it would be something else entirely. He didn't achieve it during the training month. He came close. The scales spread further. The slit pupils held longer. The power spiked to levels that made Anbu observers break radio silence to report in. But the full transformation eluded him. He wasn't worried. It would come when it needed to. Laxus Dreyar had always been a fighter who peaked in battle, not in practice. The dragon woke up when the dragon was needed. The Chunin exam finals drew a crowd that Konoha hadn't seen since the last time two S-rank ninjas had fought within the walls. The stadium was packed. Kage-level dignitaries, daimyo representatives, jonin from 6 countries, thousands of civilians. They were here for a show. They were going to get a war. Naruto's match was third. He spent the first 2 fights on the competitor's balcony, headphones on, eyes closed, completely uninterested in the matches below. Around him, the other finalists gave him a wide berth. His reputation from the prelims had spread. The one-finger knockout was already a story that academy students were telling each other with growing exaggeration. When his name was called, he took off his headphones, placed them carefully on the railing, adjusted his fur coat, and walked down to the arena floor with the unhurried pace of a king entering his throne room. Neji Hyuga was already there. standing with the rigid posture of a man carved from stone and resentment. His Byakugan was active. His face was a mask of certain superiority. The crowd murmured. This was a clash. The monster of the academy versus the Hyuga prodigy. The freak versus the genius. Lightning versus fate. Genma, the proctor, stood between them, Senbon in his mouth. Rules are simple. Fight until one of you can't, or until I say stop. No killing, ideally. Ready? Born ready. Neji said nothing. His stance shifted, feet apart, hands raised, the opening posture of the gentle fist. 64 palms ready, rotation ready. Every technique his bloodline offered, loaded and prepared. Hajime. Neji struck first. He moved with the fluid precision that the Hyuga were famous for. Every step measured, every strike aimed at a tenketsu with surgical accuracy. His Byakugan mapped Naruto's chakra system in real time, identifying the 361 tenketsu points, calculating the sequence needed to shut them down one by one. Except Naruto's chakra system didn't match any template the Byakugan had ever cataloged. Neji's first palm strike aimed for the tenketsu in Naruto's left shoulder. It hit. Precisely. The chakra injection that should have sealed the point was delivered flawlessly. Nothing happened. Neji's eyes widened. His Byakugan zoomed in. The tenketsu was there, but the chakra flowing through it wasn't flowing through it the normal way. It was traveling through secondary pathways that weren't supposed to exist, channels that ran parallel to the tenketsu network but operated on different principles. It was like trying to dam a river and discovering there was a second, underground river running beneath it that the dam couldn't reach. The dragon lacrima, reborn as chakra pathways that existed outside the conventional system. The gentle fist, the most feared taijutsu style in the world, built entirely on the premise of attacking tenketsu, was almost useless against a body that didn't rely on tenketsu for its primary power source. What? Neji started. Naruto backhanded him. It was casual, almost lazy. An open palm strike with the left hand that caught Neji across the jaw and sent him skidding back 3 meters, not enhanced with lightning, just raw physical power applied without respect. Your gentle fist won't work on me, Naruto said. My system doesn't run the way you think it does, so you've got 2 options, adapt or lose. The crowd was quiet. The Hyuga in attendance, the main house, the branch house, the elders, were quiet in a way that suggested foundations were being shaken. Neji straightened. His jaw was red. His eyes were furious. You speak of adaptation, Neji said. His voice was ice. As if effort can change what fate has decided. You were born with that power. You did not earn it. You did not work for it. It was given to you, by blood, by chance, by the accident of your birth. Just as I was condemned to the branch house by the accident of mine. Your strength proves my point, not yours. Naruto tilted his head. He regarded Neji the way you'd regard a dog that had just explained quantum physics, impressed by the effort, unconcerned by the conclusion. Let me get this straight, Naruto said. You think I'm strong because of fate, because I was born this way, because the universe handed me power and all I did was show up. That is exactly what You're wrong. 2 words. Flat. Final. I wasn't born strong. I was born with a dead demon in my gut and a village that wanted me dead. I didn't wake up one morning and discover I could generate lightning. I spent years, Neji, in an apartment by myself with no teacher and no clan and no family, figuring out what I was and learning to control it. Every technique I use, I built from scratch. Every level of power I reached, I fought for. Nobody gave me anything. Nobody trained me. Nobody held my hand. The stadium was silent. 30,000 people were silent. You want to talk about fate? Here's what fate gave me. Nothing. An empty apartment and a name that made people cross the street. Everything I am, I made. So don't stand there with your clan techniques and your bloodline and your 64 palms and tell me that I'm a product of fate. I'm a product of refusing to accept it. Neji's face twisted. Not with anger, with something worse. With the terrified suspicion that his entire worldview might be wrong. You don't know anything about suffering. I know you've got a seal on your forehead that controls you. I know your father died to protect the main house. I know you hate the system that killed him. And I know you channel that hate into the stupidest possible direction, down at people weaker than you, instead of up at the people responsible. Naruto paused. You're talented, Neji. Maybe the most talented genin I've seen who isn't me. But talent without direction is just a fancy weapon pointed at the wrong target. Shut up! Neji screamed and launched himself forward. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, full speed. Every ounce of skill the Hyuga prodigy possessed compressed into a barrage of strikes so fast they blurred. Naruto took them, all of them, stood in the storm of gentle fist strikes and let them hit because the Tenketsu shutdowns couldn't stop his Dragon Slayer pathways, and the physical damage of palm strikes against a body reinforced by draconic energy was roughly equivalent to being hit with throw pillows. 64 strikes. Neji's full technique. Delivered perfectly, Naruto was still standing, uninjured, unmoved. The silence in the stadium was so complete you could hear the wind on the arena floor. My turn, Naruto said. He didn't use a technique. He didn't use lightning. He used his fist, his bare, unenhanced fist, and he hit Neji once in the solar plexus. The Hyuga prodigy folded. His eyes went white, ironic given their natural state, and the air left his lungs in a rush that was audible in the upper stands. He flew backward 15 feet and hit the arena wall hard enough to crack the stone. He slumped. He tried to rise. His body wouldn't obey. Naruto walked toward him, slowly. The fur coat swayed with each step. The crowd was on its feet. Every ninja in attendance was processing what they'd just seen. The Hyuga gentle fist, the most devastating taijutsu style in existence, rendered completely ineffective against a single opponent. Naruto stopped in front of Neji, looked down at him. Fate didn't beat you. I did. And I'm not fate. I'm just better. He paused, let it land. But you could be good enough to stand next to me someday if you stop whining about destiny and start actually choosing what you want to be. He turned to Genma. Call it. Genma stared, blinked, remembered his job. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. The stadium erupted. In the Kage box, the third Hokage watched with an expression that contained multitudes. Pride, concern, wonder, and something old and private that might have been the closest thing to faith a cynical leader could manage. Beside him, the Kazekage, who was not the Kazekage, who was a snake in a dead man's clothes, watched with different eyes entirely. Orochimaru's mind raced. The boy was stronger than during their encounter in the forest, growing, accelerating. The biological anomaly that generated lightning without hand signs or conventional chakra molding was becoming more pronounced, more powerful, more interesting with every passing week. He would need to adjust his plans. The invasion would proceed. But the target list had been revised. The invasion came during the finals. Sand and sound. Orochimaru's design. The genjutsu hit the stadium. A mass sleep technique that dropped civilians and weak-willed ninjas into unconsciousness. Fighting erupted on every level. Sand ninjas breached the walls. Sound ninjas attacked from within. The barrier went up around the Kage box, trapping the third with Orochimaru chaos. War. The village burning. Naruto felt the genjutsu hit and shrugged it off, the way you'd shrug off a light drizzle. His Dragon Slayer physiology didn't process chakra-based genjutsu normally. The foreign energy entered his system and was immediately consumed by the draconic pathways, converted into food rather than influence. He was on his feet while half the stadium was still falling asleep. Sakura, wake up anyone you can and get them to the shelters. Sasuke, with me. They moved. Through the chaos, through the burning streets, through the screams and the explosions and the clash of metal on metal, Naruto fought with cold efficiency. Sound ninjas attacked in groups. He met them with Raging Bolt, the descending lightning strike from the sky that he'd used against Zabuza, and cleared entire streets. Sand ninjas, reinforced and coordinated, pushed toward the academy where children were sheltering. Naruto intercepted them at the bridge crossing and hit the massed formation with Lightning Dragon's roar. The bridge survived. The formation didn't. He could feel the third fighting. Even across the village, through the barrier, the old man's chakra was burning like a bonfire. He was fighting Orochimaru, fighting the student he'd once loved, fighting a battle that had been coming for 30 years. Naruto didn't go to help. Not because he didn't care, because the third hadn't asked for help, because the old man, soft, patient, kind, endlessly frustrating, was fighting his own battle on his own terms, and interrupting that would be the greatest disrespect Naruto could offer. He understood, in that moment, something he hadn't before. The third's softness wasn't weakness. It was a choice. The same way Naruto's arrogance was a choice. They were different paths to the same destination, the willingness to carry a burden that would crush lesser people. Makarov, the name surfaced from the deepest part of his soul. The tiny old man who had watched his grandson become a monster and loved him anyway, who had stood on a balcony and told a whole guild that they were his children and he would fight the world for them. The third Hokage was doing the same thing. Right now, behind that barrier, fighting a god-level threat because his children, all of them, every citizen of Konoha, needed him to. Naruto's throat tightened. He blinked hard. Then he turned and kept fighting, because that was what dragons did. They protected the horde. The third fell. The Reaper Death Seal consumed Orochimaru's arms and the old man's life in the same breath. The barrier dropped. The old man was gone. Naruto felt it. A candle going out. A warmth that had always been there, that he'd never noticed because it was so constant, suddenly absent. He stood in a ruined street. Bodies around him. Smoke in the air. Victory in every tactical sense. The invasion was breaking. The sand was retreating. The sound was crumbling without its leader's arms. And the old man was dead. Naruto looked at the sky. Yellow lightning crackled across his knuckles. His eyes were dry. Dragons didn't cry. "You stupid old man," he said to the sky. "You could have called for help just once. You could have." He stopped, breathed, let it pass. "I'll do better," he said, quietly, to no one. "When it's my turn, I'll do better." It wasn't a promise to the third, it was a promise to Makarov, to the old man with the mustache who he'd never actually met in this life, but who he missed so badly it felt like a hole in his chest. He turned back toward the village. There was work to do. The aftermath was grief and reconstruction and political maneuvering. Tsunade was found, retrieved, convinced to become the fifth Hokage. Naruto didn't participate in the retrieval mission. He was in the village, helping rebuild, lifting rubble with lightning-enhanced strength, clearing debris, being useful in the least dramatic way possible. People noticed. The civilians who had feared him, who had crossed the street, who had whispered about the demon. They saw a boy in a fur coat working 12-hour days in the wreckage of their homes. He didn't smile at them. He didn't seek their approval. He didn't make eye contact or offer comfort. But he was there, every day, doing the work. And slowly, silently, the way frost melts when the sun is patient, something shifted. Tsunade took office. She was strong, sharp, angry, and exactly what the village needed. She summoned Naruto on her second day. He stood in the Hokage's office. The same desk, different person behind it. No pipe smoke, no gentle eyes, just a blonde woman with superhuman strength and zero tolerance for nonsense. "I've read your file," Tsunade said. "All of it, including the parts Kakashi keeps filing under classified, please advise. And you're the strongest genin I've ever seen. Possibly the strongest genin who has ever existed. Your power operates on principles that no one in this village understands, including you. You've been using it instinctively, which is impressive and also stupid. You need formal training." "From who?" "Nobody here can teach me what I do. No, but someone can teach you everything else. Strategy, leadership, the difference between being strong and being useful. You have the first one, you need the second." Naruto regarded her. This woman was not the third. She would not be gentle. She would not be patient. She would grab him by the collar and drag him toward his potential whether he wanted to go or not. He respected that. "Fine," he said, "but I'm still going to be Hokage." Tsunade snorted. "Get in line, kid." Sasuke left on a Tuesday. Not during a battle. Not during a dramatic confrontation. He just left, in the middle of the night, with a pack on his back and Orochimaru's Sound 4 as escort, walking away from Konoha like it had never meant anything. Sakura found out first. She intercepted him at the gate. She begged. She cried. She offered to come with him. She did everything she could think of with every tool she had. Sasuke put her to sleep with a whispered "thank you" and laid her on a bench. Then he walked. He'd been planning this since the forest, since Orochimaru's whisper, since the day he watched Naruto shrug off a Sannin and realized that no amount of training within Konoha's system would ever close the gap. Orochimaru could give him power outside the system, power that didn't play fair, power that could make the gap disappear. He didn't think about what it would cost. He was 13 and drowning in a hatred that was older than he was, and the only life preserver anyone had thrown him was a snake made of poison. He left. The retrieval team was assembled within hours. Shikamaru leading, Choji, Neji, Kiba, and Rock Lee, the best available genin. A full squad, a plan, a mission. Naruto wasn't assigned to the team. He was in Tsunade's office when the team was dispatched. He heard the briefing. He heard the names. He heard the destination, the Valley of the End, where Sasuke would cross the border into Sound territory. He waited until the team left. Then he looked at Tsunade. "You didn't put me on the squad." "No. Why?" Tsunade looked at him with the eyes of a Hokage. Not the eyes of a doctor or a gambler or a woman who had lost everyone she'd ever loved. The eyes of the leader of a village. "'Cause if I send you, you won't bring him back. You'll destroy whatever's between you and him and drag the pieces home. That's not retrieval. That's demolition." He's leaving the village. He's betraying Konoha. He's a traumatized child making the worst decision of his life. There's a difference. Not from where I'm standing. Then stand somewhere else. Tsunade held his gaze. The retrieval squad will intercept the Sound Four. They'll fight. Some of them will get hurt. That's acceptable. What's not acceptable is you going out there and turning this into a war. Sasuke needs to be brought back, not beaten into submission. Naruto's jaw clenched. Lightning crackled across his shoulders. "And if they fail?" Tsunade was quiet for a long moment. "Then you go." They failed. Not completely. The squad fought brilliantly. Choji pushed himself beyond every limit to take down Jirobo. Neji, the same Neji who Naruto had broken and rebuilt in the arena, faced Kidomaru with his new conviction and won, barely, with 6 arrows worth of holes in his body. Kiba and Akamaru handled Sakan and Ukon through pure tenacity. Lee arrived like a green hurricane to save them all at various points. Shikamaru held the team together with a genius-level tactical mind and the sheer stubborn refusal to let his friends die. But Sasuke was faster. He'd broken ahead while the Sound Four held the line. He was running toward power, running toward revenge, running away from the one person who made him feel small. The reports came back to Konoha in fragments. Medical teams dispatched, critical injuries. The squad was alive but broken. And Sasuke was at the Valley of the End, one crossing away from being gone forever. Naruto was moving before the last report finished. He didn't ask permission. He didn't wait for orders. He walked out of the village gates like a storm leaving port. Lightning body. He became light, gold light. He streaked across the forest canopy like a comet, covering miles in minutes, the trees below him swaying in the thunderclap of his passing. Animals scattered, birds screamed, the sky above his path darkened with ionized air, the Valley of the End. He arrived to find Sasuke standing on Madara's head. The statue, the ancient carving of the Uchiha founder, stood opposite the statue of the first Hokage, the two figures eternally facing each other across the waterfall. Sasuke was different. The curse seal had spread across half his body, black flame-like markings crawling over his skin, one eye yellow and slitted, his chakra twisted and dark. He looked like what he was becoming, something caught between human and monster. He'd been waiting. He knew Naruto would come. Part of him wanted Naruto to come. The part that still belonged to Konoha, that still sat in a classroom and watched a boy in a fur coat and thought, "I want to be that strong." That part had slowed his steps just enough. Naruto landed on Hashirama's head, across the valley, across the waterfall, exactly opposite. Two boys, two statues, two legends echoing. Naruto. They looked at each other across the roaring water. The wind pulled at Naruto's fur coat. It tugged at Sasuke's collar. The sunset painted the valley in gold and red, appropriate colors, all things considered. "You know why I'm here," Naruto said. "To bring me back." Sasuke's voice was flat. The curse seal pulsed on his skin. "You can't." "Wrong, I can." "The question is whether you make me work for it." Sasuke's Sharingan activated. 3 Tome, full maturity. His eyes spun with the power of a bloodline that had toppled nations, and they were fixed on Naruto with a hatred that was really just love wearing armor. "You don't get it," Sasuke said. "You've never gotten it. You stand there with your power, power you were born with, power that was just there, and you tell everyone else to catch up. But some of us can't. Some of us have limits, and I refuse to accept mine. So your answer is to run to a snake who wants to wear your body like a suit? My answer is to get strong enough to kill Itachi, whatever it takes." Whatever it takes. Naruto repeated the words like they tasted bad. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like giving up. You're just doing it in a direction that lets you pretend you're being brave. Sasuke's curse seal flared. The air around him warped with dark chakra. Don't lecture me. You don't know what it's like to watch your entire family die. You don't know what it's like to have your brother take everything and leave you alive because you weren't worth killing. No, I don't. You're right. I grew up alone in a village that hated me, but I didn't have your specific trauma, so sure, you win the Suffering Olympics. Congratulations. You want a medal, or do you want to actually deal with it? I'm dealing with it. You're running from it. Naruto's voice cracked like thunder. Literal thunder. The sky above the valley darkened. Lightning flickered in the clouds. You're running to Orochimaru because you're scared. Not of Itachi, of the work. Of the years it would take to get strong enough the right way. You want a shortcut because the real path means admitting that right now, today, you're not enough. And you can't stand that. Sasuke flinched. Physically flinched, because it was true and they both knew it. You don't know anything about me, Sasuke said, but the conviction was cracking. I know everything about you. Naruto's voice dropped, lower, quieter. The Laxus voice. I know you're strong. I know you're talented. I know you work harder than anyone I've ever met, and it's never enough, and that's driving you insane. I know you look at me and see someone who has what you want, and you hate me for it, and you respect me for it, and you can't figure out which feeling is louder. I know all of that because I've been watching you since the academy, you dramatic idiot. The valley was quiet except for the waterfall. Somewhere in the clouds, lightning waited. Come home, Sasuke. No. Naruto closed his eyes, breathed out. When he opened them, they were different, harder, decided. Then I'll bring you home. Sasuke moved first. The curse seal erupted to stage 2. His body transformed, skin going gray, hair lengthening to blue-white, massive hand-shaped wings erupting from his back. He was monstrous. He was powerful. He was everything Orochimaru's seal had promised and more. He launched across the valley. Fire release, great fireball. A sphere of flame the size of a house, roaring across the water toward Naruto. Naruto didn't dodge. He inhaled. The fireball hit, exploded. Steam and fire and fury. When it cleared, Naruto was standing exactly where he'd been. His coat was singed. His expression was unimpressed. Fire doesn't work on me, Sasuke. You know that. Try harder. Sasuke was already on him. Taijutsu, enhanced by the curse seal, faster and stronger than anything he'd ever produced. His fists hit like demolition balls. His kicks cracked stone. He was operating at a level that would have given most shonen genuine trouble. Naruto blocked, countered, met each strike with Dragon Slayer enhanced responses that turned the fight into a dialogue of fists and fury. They clashed across the surface of the water, their feet leaving impact craters in the river, the statues above them shaking with the residual force. Lightning Dragon's iron fist met Curse Seal enhanced Haymaker. The collision sent a shockwave across the valley that stripped the water from the river's surface in a perfect circle. They separated, breathing hard, Sasuke more than Naruto. The Curse Seal was powerful, but it was also a burning loan from a predator. Every second in stage 2 was paid for in pain. You're stronger than this, Naruto said. Show me the real thing. Sasuke's Sharingan spun. His hand dropped to his side. Lightning began to gather in his palm, but not the gold lightning of Naruto's Dragon Slayer power. This was blue-white, natural, chakra-based. The sound of 1,000 birds filled the valley as the air around Sasuke's hand screamed and sparked Chidori, the technique Kakashi had given him. The blade he'd been told was his answer. But the curse seal changed it. The blue lightning darkened, corrupted, turned black and purple, a dark Chidori, a twisted version that crackled with malevolent energy. Sasuke's wing hand reared back. His feet dug in. His body became a weapon aimed at Naruto's heart. Naruto watched it charge. The dark Chidori, the attack that represented everything Sasuke had sacrificed for, everything he believed he needed, every shortcut, every deal with every devil, every compromise principle, all condensed into a handful of corrupted lightning. In his chest, the Rasengan, the technique his father had created, pulsed like a second heart. He could match it. Rasengan against Chidori, blue versus blue, the expected clash. But Naruto wasn't his father. He lowered his hands. opened his stance, and waited. Sasuke screamed. The curse seal wings drove him forward with the speed of a missile. The dark Chidori blazed in his hand, black lightning wreathed in purple fire, the sound of 1,000 tortured birds, enough power to punch through solid steel. He closed the distance. 50 meters, 30, 10, 5. His hand thrust forward. The Chidori aimed at Naruto's chest. The killing blow, the technique that was supposed to end it. And Naruto opened his mouth. He ate it. He ate the Chidori. Sasuke's hand plunged forward, and the lightning that wreathed it was sucked from his palm like water down a drain. The dark Chidori unraveled. The electricity, the chakra, the corrupted power of the curse seal's influence, all of it streamed from Sasuke's hand into Naruto's open mouth in a torrent of sparking dust, crackling energy that Naruto swallowed like a man drinking from a waterfall. Dragon Slayer physiology, the ability to consume one's own element, lightning, in any form, from any source. Sasuke's hand went empty. His fist, bare, powerless, stripped of its signature technique, pressed against Naruto's chest, just resting there. 5 fingers against a fur coat. No force, no lightning, nothing. The silence was absolute. The waterfall might as well have stopped. The wind held its breath. The entire valley, the entire world, contracted to this single point. 2 boys, one with an empty hand against the other's heart. Sasuke stared at his hand, at Naruto, at his hand. His Sharingan was spinning so fast the Tomoe blurred, trying to process what had just happened, failing, trying again, failing again. You, Sasuke's voice was a whisper. You ate it. Naruto closed his mouth, swallowed. His body hummed with absorbed power. The dark Chidori's energy, converted, purified, added to his own reserves like fuel to a furnace. Then he grinned. It was not a kind grin. It was not a warm grin. It was the grin of Laxus Dreyar standing on the 2nd floor of Fairy Tail, looking down at the guild below with the absolute certainty that everything in it was his to protect and nothing in the world could stop him. The sky turned gold. Not metaphorically, not poetically. The actual sky above the Valley of the End shifted color as Naruto's power output climbed past every limit he'd ever shown. The clouds ionized. The air became a conductor. The river below them began to spark as ambient electricity saturated every molecule of moisture in the valley. Dragon force, full, complete, unrestrained. The scales erupted across Naruto's skin. Gold and white, shimmering, beautiful and terrible. His eyes went full dragon, slitted pupils and irises that burned like twin suns. His hair stood upright, crackling, each strand a filament of living electricity. The whisker marks on his cheeks deepened, became jagged, became the marks of a creature that was not entirely human and had never pretended to be. Lightning wreathed his body in a cocoon of gold. Not random, not chaotic, controlled. Every arc, every bolt, every spark was precisely where he wanted it. The power output of a thunderstorm, channeled through a boy's body, directed by a will that had been forged across 2 lifetimes. Sasuke stumbled backward. His curse seal, stage 2, Orochimaru's greatest modification, the power that was supposed to be enough, flickered and paled in comparison. It was like comparing a candle to a sun. What are you? Sasuke breathed, for the 2nd time in his life. Naruto looked at him. Through the dragon force, through the scales and the lightning and the draconic eyes, the expression on his face was painfully, impossibly human. I'm the guy who's taking you home. He moved, not lightning body, not speed, just movement. One moment he was 10 meters away. The next he was in front of Sasuke, inside his guard, one hand on the collar of his shirt, Lightning Dragon's iron fist. The punch hit Sasuke in the stomach with precisely enough force to end the fight without ending the boy. It was measured, controlled, the kind of restraint that was harder than going all out. The difference between demolishing a building and removing a single brick. Sasuke's curse seal cracked, literally cracked. The black markings on his skin fractured like overloaded circuitry, the dark chakra dissipating as Naruto's lightning overwhelmed it. The wings dissolved, the gray skin faded, the transformed features receded, and what was left was just Sasuke, a 13-year-old boy with dark hair and dark eyes, and a hole in his chest where his family used to be. No curse seal armor, no stage 2, no power borrowed from a snake, just a kid. He was falling. Naruto caught him. One arm under his back, holding him up, the way you'd catch someone who tripped. Not gentle, not rough, just there. Sasuke looked up at him. His Sharingan had deactivated. His regular eyes, black, exhausted, raw, stared at Naruto's Dragon Force face with an expression that was too complicated to name. "Why?" Sasuke asked. "Why do you care? I'm not your friend. I'm not your family. I tried to leave. I tried to." "Because you're mine." Naruto's voice, not the arrogant voice, not the dismissive voice, not the king's voice or the dragon's voice or any of the masks he wore to keep the world at arm's length. His voice, the one that lived underneath all of it. "You're my brat. You don't get to leave the guild." Sasuke blinked. "The what?" "The guild, the team, Konoha, whatever you want to call it. The people I've decided are mine. You're one of them. Sakura's one of them. Kakashi-sensei, Lee, Neji. The old man who isn't here anymore." His grip on Sasuke's collar tightened, the lightning in his eyes burned. "I didn't choose to care about you. It happened anyway. And I don't let go of things that are mine. Ever. So you can hate me. You can fight me. You can run to every snake in every hole in the world. But I will find you. I will beat you. And I will drag you home. Every single time." The valley was silent. Sasuke's eyes were wet. He would deny it later. He would deny it for years. But in that moment, held up by a boy wreathed in golden lightning who looked at him with an expression of furious, exhausted, unstoppable loyalty, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes were wet. "You're insane," Sasuke said. "Probably. I still need to kill Itachi." "Then do it from Konoha. We'll figure it out. But you don't leave. You can't just decide that." "I can. I did. It's decided." Sasuke stared at him for a long moment. The waterfall roared. The gold skies slowly began to clear as Naruto's dragon force receded. The scales fading, the lightning dimming, the boy emerging from the dragon. "You're the most arrogant person I've ever met," Sasuke said. "Top 2, easy." Something happened to Sasuke's face. It was small. It was quick. If you blinked, you'd miss it. But for one fraction of 1 second, the corner of Sasuke Uchiha's mouth twitched upward. It wasn't a smile. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't surrender. It was a crack in the wall, and for now, that was enough. Naruto pulled him to his feet. Sasuke swayed. His body was wrecked. The curse seal's recession had left him drained, his chakra reserves empty, his muscles screaming. He couldn't walk. Not really. Naruto turned around, crouched slightly. "Get on." "Absolutely not. Get on my back or I'm carrying you bridal style. Choose." Sasuke got on his back. They left the valley of the end. 2 boys, one walking, one being carried. The statues of Madara and Hashirama watching them go, their stone faces eternal and unreadable. Naruto walked. Slow for him. Steady. His fur coat was singed and torn. His headphones were cracked. His body ached in places he didn't know could ache. He'd eaten a curse seal-enhanced Chidori, gone full dragon force for the first time in his life, and punched hard enough to shatter Orochimaru's seal. He was exhausted. He would never admit it. Sasuke's head drooped against Naruto's shoulder. His eyes were closing. He was muttering something. Half-conscious, barely coherent. "Still gonna kill him." Yeah. "Not your guild member." "Sure you aren't." "Stop calling it a guild." "No." Sasuke passed out. His full weight settled against Naruto's back. His breathing evened out. For the first time in years, the permanent tension in his face relaxed. And he looked like what he was, a kid. A tired, broken, angry kid who had been caught in mid-fall by someone too stubborn to let him hit the ground. Naruto kept walking. The forest was quiet around him. Dawn was breaking. The first light of a new day caught the leaves and turned them gold. Not lightning gold, not Dragon Slayer gold, just the simple, ordinary gold of sunlight, doing what sunlight does. It was enough. In the distance, Konoha's gates appeared. Tiny at first, then larger, then real. Sakura was standing at the gates. She'd been there since they left, standing, waiting, refusing to sit, refusing to believe they wouldn't come back. She saw them, 2 figures on the road, one walking, one carried, both alive. Her knees buckled. She caught herself on the gatepost. Tears streamed down her face. She opened her mouth to say something. "Thank you, you idiot, don't ever scare me like that again." But nothing came out. Naruto walked up to her, stopped, shifted Sasuke's weight on his back. "He's heavy," Naruto said. Sakura laughed. It was a wet, broken, beautiful laugh. "Hospital," Naruto said. "He needs medical attention, and food, and probably therapy. Lots of therapy." Naruto, "Also your medical ninjutsu progress. I want a report by next week." Naruto, "What?" Sakura wiped her eyes, straightened her back, looked at him, really looked at him, past the coat and the attitude, and the lightning and the arrogance, and smiled. "Thank you." Naruto held her gaze. For just a moment, the mask slipped. Not all the way, not even close, but enough. Enough for Sakura to see that beneath the dragon, beneath Laxus Dreyar's reincarnated soul, beneath the strongest genin in the history of the shinobi world, there was a boy who had spent his entire life pretending he didn't need anyone, and was slowly, painfully, impossibly learning that he was wrong. Don't mention it, Naruto said. Literally, to anyone, ever. He walked through the gates. Sakura fell into step beside him. Sasuke snored on his back. The morning sun rose over Konoha. The village was still healing. The third chair was filled by someone new. The walls bore the scars of invasion. The people were tired and grieving and uncertain about the future. But the gates were open. The streets were alive. And the lightning dragon was home with his guild on his back. Naruto looked up at the Hokage monument. 4 faces carved in stone. A space where a 5th now belonged. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He just kept walking. 300 miles away, in a hidden base that smelled like snakes and ambition, Orochimaru received the news. His Sound 4 were dead. His prize had been recovered. The Uchiha was back in Konoha, and the boy in the fur coat had eaten a Chidori and shattered a curse seal with one punch. Orochimaru's arms were gone, sealed by the 3rd Hokage. His plans were ash. His patience was infinite, but even infinite patience had texture, and the texture right now was concern. The Jinchuriki, Kabuto said carefully, adjusting his glasses. He's becoming a problem. No, Orochimaru said. His yellow eyes gleamed in the dark. He's becoming a variable, and variables are only problems if you can't account for them. He smiled. It was the smile of a snake who had just learned that the mouse was actually a dragon. How fascinating, Orochimaru whispered. How truly fascinating. Far to the west, in a cave lit by a single candle, a man with ringed purple eyes listened to a report from a blue-skinned swordsman. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kasame said, leaning his samahata against the cave wall. He's different from what we expected. Strong, really strong. The kind of strong that makes the job interesting. Define interesting, a deep voice said from the shadows. He generates lightning from his body. No hand signs, no conventional jutsu framework. Our intelligence says he's already surpassed most jonin in raw combat ability, and he's 13. Silence. The candle flickered. Itachi, your assessment. From the deeper shadows, a figure moved. Red eyes, Sharingan, 3 Tomoe. Mangekyo barely hidden. A face that carried the weight of genocide and the quiet hope that someone someday would be strong enough to make it mean something. I've seen his type before, Itachi Uchiha said softly. The ones who are born to shake the world. They don't stop growing. They don't plateau. They escalate until the world either breaks around them or reshapes itself to accommodate them. He paused. Something almost like interest crossed his expressionless face. He will be the most difficult extraction the Akatsuki has ever attempted. In the cave, plans were made, timelines adjusted, resources allocated. The great machine of villainy, with its 10 rings and its 10 members and its one mad plan to remake the world, began to turn its attention toward a boy in a fur coat who had no idea they were coming. Or maybe he did. Maybe, somewhere in the back of his mind, the part that was still Laxus Dreyar, the part that had once challenged his own guild and lost and learned and grown and loved and died and been reborn into a world of ninjas and nonsense, was already preparing. Because dragons don't fear storms. Dragons are storms. And this particular storm was just getting started. 2.5 years is a long time when you're a teenager. It's a blink when you're a dragon. For Naruto Uzumaki, it was both. An eternity of controlled frustration wrapped around a core of relentless, grinding, daily improvement that would have broken anyone with less spite in their bones. Jiraiya of the Sannin showed up 3 weeks after the Valley of the End. He arrived in Konoha smelling like sake and bad decisions, his white hair wild, his scroll on his back, his grin wide enough to fit an ego the size of Fire Country. He walked into Tsunade's office, announced that he was taking the Jinchuriki on a training trip, and waited for applause. Tsunade threw a paperweight at his head. You're 2 years late to being useful, but fine, take him. If anyone can handle that brat, it's you. Handle him? Jiraiya laughed. I trained the 4th Hokage. How hard can his kid be? The answer was, very. Jiraiya found Naruto on top of the Hokage monument, sitting on the 4th stone head, headphones on, lightning lazily orbiting his shoulders like a personal solar system of gold sparks. He was 16 now, taller, sharper, the baby fat gone from his face and replaced with angles that made him look less like a boy and more like a warning. The fur coat was the same one, patched and restitched in a dozen places, still too big but now in a way that looked deliberate rather than pathetic. "Naruto," Jiraiya called up, striking a pose. "I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, the Gallant, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, author of the Ika-Icha series. I've come to..." "I know who you are." Naruto didn't take off his headphones. "You're my father's teacher. You wrote those books Kakashi-sensei reads, and you've been gone my entire life, so the entrance could use some work." The words landed. Jiraiya's grin didn't falter. The man was too experienced for that. But something behind his eyes shifted. A hit taken. A hit deserved. "Fair," Jiraiya said. He dropped the pose, sat down on the edge of the monument, let his legs dangle over the village below. "I could give you reasons. Spy networks, intelligence work, the kind of missions that don't leave time for babysitting. But they'd be excuses, and you don't strike me as someone who respects excuses." Naruto finally looked at him. Actually looked at him. The headphones came down around his neck. Blue eyes. Still wrong. Still should have been orange according to the ghost in his bones. Assessed the man sitting next to him with the clinical precision of someone who had been disappointed by adults so many times that skepticism was his default operating system. "What can you teach me?" Naruto asked. Not hostile, genuine. The question of a student who had outgrown every teacher he'd ever had and was running out of reasons to believe another one would be different. Jiraiya grinned. "How about we start with where your father's power came from?" They left Konoha the next morning. The training trip was not what Jiraiya expected. In fairness, nothing about Naruto was what anyone expected. And Jiraiya was just the latest in a long line of competent adults who had their assumptions dismantled by a teenager in a fur coat. Week 1, Jiraiya attempted to teach Naruto toad summoning. He demonstrated the technique with a flourish, the blood offering, the hand signs, the slam of the palm, the eruption of smoke as a massive toad materialized on the road. It was impressive. It was meant to be impressive. Jiraiya had been doing this for 40 years, and the showmanship was part of the pedagogy. Naruto watched the toad appear, looked at it, looked at Jiraiya. "So you call a frog? Toad. You call a toad, and the toad fights for you. With me, the summoning contract is a partnership, so you need a partner to fight." Jiraiya's eye twitched. It's a strategic multiplier, combined arms, tactical flexibility. I generate lightning from my body, move at the speed of light when I convert, and can eat any electrical attack thrown at me. What strategic gap does a toad fill? The toad, a mid-sized battle toad named Gamakichi, turned to Jiraiya with an expression that clearly said he's got a point, boss. Jiraiya pinched the bridge of his nose. "Fine, no toads, let's try something else." Week 2, Sage Mode. Jiraiya's ace, the art of gathering natural energy, blending it with chakra, achieving a state of physical and perceptual enhancement that turned an already powerful ninja into something approaching myth. Jiraiya demonstrated. His features changed, the toad-like characteristics manifesting, his presence swelling until the air itself felt heavier. Naruto watched the transformation, walked around Jiraiya, studied him from multiple angles. "So you get bigger?" Naruto said. "Stronger, more durable, your perception expands. Dramatically. Sage Mode is the pinnacle of, I get faster, I turn into lightning, I get faster. That's not, I win." Jiraiya stared at him, then he laughed. A real deep, from-the-belly laugh that scattered birds from the trees and made Naruto blink because nobody had ever laughed at him like that. Not at him, with him, at the absurdity of him. "Kid," Jiraiya said, wiping his eyes, "you are the most insufferable brat I've ever met. And I trained Minato Namikaze, who once tried to tell me his Rasengan was better than everything I knew at age 14. Was he wrong? No, he was right. That was the annoying part. Something cracked, not in the air, not in the ground, in the space between them. A hairline fracture in Naruto's default wall of arrogance. The wall that kept everyone at distance, that turned every interaction into a dominance display, that protected the lonely boy underneath from ever being vulnerable enough to be hurt. Jiraiya had laughed at him, not with fear, not with awe, not with the careful eggshell respect that everyone else offered the lightning dragon. He'd laughed the way you laugh at family. Naruto didn't know what to do with that. So he did what he always did with emotions he couldn't categorize. He ignored it and moved on. Fine. Teach me something useful. What did my father actually do? Jiraiya taught him. Not the Rasengan. Naruto already knew the theory, already understood the chakra mechanics, and in practice could form the spiraling sphere on his first attempt because his control, honed through 2 lifetimes of power management, was surgical. The Rasengan was a tool. Naruto filed it away as a tool. What Jiraiya actually taught him was context. He taught him about Minato Namikaze, not the legend, the man, the quiet, brilliant, absurdly fast ninja who had looked at the world and seen it as a series of problems that could be solved with enough intelligence and enough will, who had loved a woman from Uzushigakure with red hair and a temper that could flatten a building, who had held his newborn son for exactly 4 minutes before sealing a demon in his gut and dying. He taught him about Kushina Uzumaki, the red-hot habanero, the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a woman who had been hated and feared and alone, exactly like Naruto, and who had responded not with arrogance and isolation but with ferocity and love in equal, overwhelming measures. He taught him about the night of Naruto's birth, the full truth, the masked man who had attacked, the extraction of the Nine Tails, Minato's desperate seal, Kushina's chains of chakra holding the fox back even as her life poured out of the hole it had left in her. 2 parents who had chosen in their final moments to turn their son into a weapon because the alternative was letting the weapon destroy everything. Naruto listened to all of it. He sat on a rock in the middle of a forest clearing while Jiraiya talked, and he listened, and his face was stone, and the lightning around him was still. When Jiraiya finished, the silence lasted a long time. They loved me, Naruto said. Not a question. More than anything in the world. And they died for me, for you, for the village, for the future, all of it. Naruto looked at his hands, the hands that generated lightning, the hands that had caught Sasuke, the hands that had shattered Zabuza's blade and made Orochimaru flinch and held Neji's worldview up to the light and watched it crack. The old man, the third, he could have told me. He should have. He was trying to protect you. He was wrong. Yeah, Naruto's voice was quiet. He was wrong about a lot of things, but he wasn't wrong about all of them. Jiraiya watched the boy, saw the war happening behind those blue eyes, the Laxus part, the arrogant dragon fighting with the Naruto part, the orphan who had just learned he wasn't unwanted, that his parents hadn't abandoned him, that he had been loved before he could remember being loved. You good? Jiraiya asked. I'm always good. That's not what I asked. Naruto looked at him. For 1 second, barely a second, gone so fast you'd miss it if you weren't Jiraiya, if you weren't the kind of man who trained geniuses and written romance novels and understood that the strongest people were always the most fragile. His eyes were raw. I'm good, Naruto said again, softer this time. Jiraiya nodded, didn't push, opened a bottle of sake and offered it. I'm 15. I started at 12. That explains a lot. Jiraiya laughed again. Naruto's mouth twitched, almost a smile. They trained for 2.5 years. Jiraiya couldn't teach Naruto the Dragon Slayer arts. Nobody could. Nobody in this world even understood what they were. But he could teach him everything else. Strategy, intelligence networks, the political landscape of the 5 great nations, the identities and abilities of every known S-rank threat, the history of the tailed beasts, the Sage of 6 Paths, the origin of chakra itself, and grudgingly, Sage Mode. It took Naruto 14 months to learn it. Not because he lacked the talent. His ability to gather natural energy was actually exceptional, the dragon lacrima pathways acting as secondary collectors that pulled nature chakra in alongside his regular reserves. The problem was integration. Sage Mode required stillness, patience, the willingness to stop moving, stop fighting, stop being a storm for long enough to let the world's energy flow into you instead of generating your own. Laxus Dreyar had never been still a day in his life. Neither had Naruto Uzumaki. But Jiraiya was patient in a way that Naruto hadn't encountered before. Not the third's gentle patience, not the patience of someone who was afraid to push. Jiraiya's patience was the patience of a man who had seen everything, lost everything, written it all down. and decided to keep going anyway. It was patient like a mountain is patient, not because it was passive, but because it knew it would still be there when the storm was done. You know, Jiraiya said one evening, sitting around a campfire while Naruto meditated, badly with sparks popping off his shoulders every time his focus wavered. Your father had the same problem. Too much energy, couldn't sit still. I had to tie him to a tree once. Did it work? He teleported out of the ropes, twice. Naruto's shoulders relaxed, a fraction. The sparks dimmed. You're smiling, Jiraiya observed. No, I'm not. You're definitely smiling. Shut up, pervy sage. The nickname stuck. Naruto would use it for the rest of Jiraiya's life, and for every day after that. The sage mode that Naruto eventually achieved was not Jiraiya's sage mode. It couldn't be. His body was not built on the same architecture. Where Jiraiya drew natural energy through toad-based meditation and manifested toad-like features, Naruto's dragon lacrima pathways pulled natural energy along channels that had nothing to do with toads or snakes or slugs. The nature chakra flowed into his secondary system, merged with the draconic power that lived in his cells, and produced something that no one in the shinobi world had ever seen, Dragon Sage Mode. The first time he achieved it, the forest clearing where they were training went silent. Every bird, every insect, every rustling leaf, silent. Because the pressure emanating from Naruto wasn't just chakra, it was the combined weight of nature itself, channeled through the memory of a dragon lacrima, expressed as a presence so heavy that lesser creatures simply stopped functioning in its radius. His eyes changed, not the slit pupils of Dragon Force. Something else. The irises turned gold, solid, luminous gold, like coins melted in a furnace, with black crosses where the pupils should be. Dragon Sage eyes. Nature and dragon merged into a single perception system that could see chakra, feel intent, and sense the electrical potential of every molecule in a 300-meter radius. The orange pigmentation that would have appeared around a toad sage's eyes appeared around Naruto's as jagged, lightning-shaped marks. They ran from the corners of his eyes to his temples, gold against tan skin, making his whisker marks look like they were branching. His body didn't get bigger. It got denser. The natural energy reinforced his Dragon Slayer physiology from the atomic level up. Muscles hardened, reflexes sharpened, chakra reserves expanded to a volume that Jiraiya's sensory abilities couldn't accurately measure because the number was genuinely absurd. Jiraiya watched his student stand in the clearing, wreathed in gold light, and felt something he hadn't felt since watching Minato perfect the Hiraishin. Hope. Terrified, awed, breathless hope. Well, Jiraiya said, his voice not quite steady. That's new. Naruto looked at his hands, opened and closed his fists. The gold eyes tracked the energy flow with perfect clarity. This is useful, Naruto said. High praise. Don't push it, pervy sage. They also talked about the Nine Tails, not the seal. Jiraiya checked it, confirmed it was stable, moved on. They talked about the relationship, the entity behind the bars, the fox that Naruto had been aware of since childhood, but had never engaged with, because, frankly, he had his own power source and didn't need a second one. You'll need to cooperate eventually, Jiraiya said. The Akatsuki is coming for the Nine Tails. Understanding what's inside you is the first step to defending it. I don't need to cooperate with it. I need it to stay where it is and not bother me. And if the extraction attempt bypasses your defenses, if they find a way past your lightning? Naruto was quiet. He didn't like the question because it implied a scenario where he was beaten, and Naruto did not design his worldview around the possibility of losing. But Jiraiya's eyes were serious, more serious than Naruto had ever seen them. And the boy, the dragon, trusted this man in a way that he would never verbally acknowledge and would fight anyone who suggested it. Fine, Naruto said. I'll talk to the furball. He entered the seal that night, the sewer, the cage, the massive red eyes behind bars that burned with malice so concentrated it had its own gravity. So, Naruto said, standing in ankle-deep water with his hands in his coat pockets. You're the fox. The Nine Tails, Kurama, though he wouldn't learn that name for years, looked down at him with an expression of such overwhelming contempt that it circled back around to something almost like respect. You reek of something I don't recognize, Kurama growled. His voice shook the walls. Not human, not Biju. Something else, something old. Dragon. There are no dragons in this world. There's one. Kurama's eyes narrowed. His tail swayed behind him. 9 massive appendages, each one capable of leveling a mountain. He was hate incarnate. He was power incarnate. He was also, beneath the fury and the pride, a being that had been imprisoned, tortured, and used as a weapon by humans for centuries, and had developed a perfectly reasonable response to the species, which was to hate every single one of them. "I don't need your cooperation," Naruto said. "I don't need your chakra. I have my own. What I'm offering is something you haven't had in a long time." "And what would that be, human?" "Respect." The word echoed in the sewer. Kurama's tail stopped moving. "I'm not going to pretend I understand what it's like to be sealed," Naruto continued. "But I know what it's like to be locked up and treated like a monster. Different scale, same principle. So here's the deal. I won't try to use you. I won't yank your chakra out like a tool. And in return, you don't try to eat my insides from the inside. We stay out of each other's way until one of us has a reason to change the arrangement." Kurama stared at him for a long time. The red eyes bored into Naruto's blue ones, searching for the lie, the manipulation, the human weakness that always came eventually. He didn't find it. What he found was something worse. Sincerity backed by enough power to make the sincerity irrelevant. This boy wasn't asking because he was weak. He was asking because it was the right thing to do, and he was strong enough that the right thing and the easy thing happened to be the same thing. "Humph," Kurama said. "You're less pathetic than your mother. Marginally. I'll take it." Naruto left the seal. The arrangement held. It would evolve. But for now, it held. The 2.5 years produced a Naruto Uzumaki that the world was not ready for. He returned to Konoha on a Tuesday. Late morning. Clear sky. The kind of day where the light catches the rooftops and makes the village look like a postcard. He walked through the main gate. No lightning body. No dramatic entrance. Just walked, hands in his coat pockets, headphones around his neck. New coat. He'd bought it in Iron Country during the training trip. Black leather with a white fur collar, longer than the old one, tailored to fit his frame, which was now over 6 feet tall and built like someone had designed a body specifically for the purpose of channeling 1,000,000 volts through it and looking good while doing it. He was 17. His jaw was sharper. His shoulders were broader. His hair was the same yellow, lightning yellow, dragon yellow, but longer now, swept back from his face in a way that made the whisker marks on his cheeks look less like childhood scars and more like tribal markings. War paint on a weapon. The gate guards saw him first. Their eyes went wide. One of them dropped his clipboard. The chakra coming off Naruto, passive, resting, completely controlled, was so dense and compressed that it created a physical sensation on exposed skin. A prickling, a warmth, the feeling of standing too close to a generator that was running at full capacity and not even trying. "And Naruto?" One guard managed. Naruto nodded, kept walking, the street open before him. Not because people moved, though they did, instinctively, the way you step off a path when something large and electric walks down it, but because the air itself seemed to part. Static electricity crawled along the ground in tiny gold arcs that followed his footsteps like loyal animals. 2 blocks in, a woman behind a fruit stand stared at him. She was one of the ones who had crossed the street when he was a child, who had overcharged him for apples, who had told her children not to play with the fox boy. She stared at the man who walked past her, the tall, dangerous, crackling with restrained power man in the black coat, and something in her face rearranged itself, not into fear, not into guilt, into the slow, uncomfortable recognition that she had been wrong about something important and the evidence was walking past her in real time. Naruto didn't look at her. He didn't need to. 2 rooftops away, Kakashi Hatake was reading his book. He felt the chakra signature before he saw its owner. His Sharingan eye, hidden beneath the headband, pulsed. His hands went still on the pages. That chakra. It was Naruto's. He'd know it anywhere. The unique blend of human energy and something else, something that didn't belong in any classification system he'd ever studied. But it was different now, deeper, more controlled, like comparing a river to an ocean, the same water. An entirely different threat level. Kakashi closed his book, looked at the figure walking down the street below, and quietly decided to cancel his stress leave. It wasn't going to help. Sakura found him at Ichiraku's. He was eating ramen. Some things were constants across all timelines, all reincarnations, all power levels. Naruto Uzumaki ate ramen. Naruto? He looked up, noodles hanging from his mouth, completely failing to be dignified. Sakura was different. 2.5 years under Tsunade's tutelage had turned the fangirl into a combat medic with fists that could crack concrete and a diagnostic capability that surpassed most hospital staff. She was taller. Her eyes were harder. She looked like a ninja. Sakura. He slurped the noodles. You've been training. You've been gone. Same thing. She sat next to him, ordered her own bowl. They ate in silence for a few minutes, which was unusual for Sakura and unusual for any interaction Naruto had with another human being. Usually he filled silence with arrogance. Usually she filled silence with noise. Today, neither of them needed to. Sasuke? Naruto asked. He didn't look up from his bowl. The word was casual. The voltage spike that made his chopstick spark was not. No word. Orochimaru's network went dark 18 months ago. Jiraiya's contacts say he's still alive, training, getting stronger. He'll come back. You say that like you know. I know. Naruto finished his bowl, set down his chopsticks. He's mine. He comes back. That's how it works. Sakura looked at him, at the set of his jaw, at the gold sparks that played across his knuckles when he said Sasuke's name, at the absolute immovable certainty in his voice. She believed him, not because it was logical, because it was Naruto. Your medical ninjutsu report, Naruto said. I asked for it before we left. That was 2.5 years ago. Late, very late, unacceptable. Sakura punched him in the arm. He didn't move. She nearly broke her hand on the ambient electrical field around his body. Ah, what is your skin made of? Lightning and bad attitude. She laughed. He didn't smile. He did order her a second bowl, which was the Naruto equivalent of a warm hug. The Akatsuki came 6 months after his return. They came smart. They came at night. They came when the village was sleeping, and the patrols were thin, and the conditions favored predators who thrived in shadow. Naruto was on the Hokage monument, his favorite spot, the highest point, the place where the sky was closest and the village was furthest. And a boy who was also a dragon could sit in the dark and feel the electrical potential of every cloud above him. He felt them coming from 8 miles out, 2 signatures, both massive, both wrong in ways that screamed S-rank, the way a bonfire screamed hot. One was watery, fluid, enormous, the chakra of someone who carried more energy than most ninja villages combined. The other was controlled, refined, an iron cage of suppressed power that leaked killing intent the way a corpse leaked cold. Kasame Hoshigaki, Itachi Uchiha. Naruto didn't move. He sat on the 4th stone head and waited. He took off his headphones, set them beside him carefully, adjusted his coat, then he dropped from the monument. He landed in Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death, because if this was going to be a fight, he wasn't having it in the village. He'd spent too many years watching people rebuild Konoha to be the one who wrecked it. They arrived 3 minutes later. Kasame first, massive, blue, grinning with teeth like a shark. Samahada on his back wrapped in bandages that couldn't fully contain its alien hunger. Itachi second, silent, pale, the Sharingan already active, red eyes spinning in the dark like signal fires. The 9 tails Jinchuriki, Kasame said, landing on a branch 30 meters away. His grin was wide enough to split his face. Itachi-san, is this the one? The lightning kid? Yes, Itachi said. His voice was quiet. It was always quiet. Naruto stood in the clearing with his hands in his pockets. The moonlight caught his coat's white fur collar. Gold sparks drifted across his shoulders. The Akatsuki, Naruto said. 2 of you. That's either an insult or a compliment, depending on how good you are. Oh, I like him, Kasame said. He reached back and swung Samahada off his shoulder. The bandages fell away. The living sword, a massive, scaled, sentient weapon that devoured chakra the way fire devoured oxygen, unfurled and pulsed with hunger. It could taste Naruto's energy from 30 meters. It wanted it. Samahada lunged at the air between them, straining toward the crackling aura that surrounded the boy. Then it stopped. The scales along Samahada's surface rippled. The hunger dimmed. The sword's toothy mouth, the opening between its scales where it consumed chakra, closed tightly. The weapon actually recoiled backward, pressing itself against Kasame's hand, pulling away from Naruto's direction. Kasame's face did something interesting. It went from confident to confused to genuinely concerned in the space of a second. "Samahata," he said, looking at the sword. "What are you doing?" The sword didn't answer. It didn't need to. Every scale on its body was standing up, not in hunger, in fear. The sentient weapon that had devoured the chakra of dozens of S-rank ninjas, that had eaten Biju-level energy, that had never encountered a meal it didn't want, was refusing to eat. Because what it tasted in Naruto's aura wasn't chakra, not entirely. It was chakra and something else, something that carried the electrical charge of a thunderbolt and the primal resonance of a creature that existed in no taxonomy Samahata had ever encountered. The sword's instinct, a survival instinct, the one thing all living creatures shared, was saying this will kill you if you eat it. "Your shark doesn't want to eat," Naruto said, looking at the sword with something like amusement. "Smart shark." Kasame's grin came back, wider, harder. The grin of a man who had just realized this was going to be interesting. "Samahata's been wrong before. Let's test it." He moved. For a man his size, Kasame was obscenely fast, S-rank fast, the kind of fast that came from decades of killing at the highest level. He closed 30 meters in under a second, Samahata swinging in a horizontal arc aimed at Naruto's midsection. Naruto didn't dodge. He caught the blade, his right hand wrapped around Samahata's body, directly on the scales. The sword's teeth bit into his palm. An automatic response, the feeding instinct overriding the fear for one suicidal moment, lightning discharged. Not a technique, not a named attack. Just the passive electrical field that lived in Naruto's body, released through skin contact at a voltage that turned Samahata's feeding attempt into the worst mistake of its existence. The sword screamed. A sentient weapon screamed. Every scale on its body stood up and then rippled flat in a wave of rejection. Samahata released Naruto's hand, ripped itself free from Kasame's grip, and shot backward through the air like a thrown cat, embedding itself in a tree 40 meters away where it quivered and refused to move. Kasame stared at his empty hand, then at his sword, then at Naruto. "Well," Kasame said, "that's a first. That's going to be a theme tonight." Naruto moved. Lightning Dragon's iron fist, his right fist, still sparking from the discharge, the scales of Samahata imprinted in a burn pattern across his palm, connected with Kasame's crossed arm guard, and launched the swordsman backward through 2 trees and a boulder. Kasame caught himself mid-flight, rolled, came up running through hand signs. Water release, super shark bomb jutsu. A shark made of condensed water, massive, 10 meters long, designed to absorb the chakra of incoming attacks and grow larger, erupted from the moisture in the air and charged at Naruto. The water shark hit Naruto's aura. It tried to absorb his chakra. The Dragon Slayer energy it touched ionized the water molecules on contact. The shark didn't grow larger. It electrified. For one surreal moment, there was an enormous shark made of sparking, crackling, gold-tinged water hanging in the air between them. Its body converted from attack to conductor. Naruto raised one finger. A single spark. Same move he'd used on Kiba in the Chunin exam prelims. He flicked it into the electrified water shark. The detonation lit up the forest of death like daylight. The shark exploded outward in a burst of superheated steam and lightning, the shockwave flattening trees in a 50-meter radius. Kasame took the blast. Water was his element, but the electricity riding it was not. And his body locked up, muscles spasming, his massive frame driven into the ground by a combination of concussive force and electrical overload. Naruto was on him before the steam cleared. Lightning body. The full conversion. His body becoming a streak of gold that crossed the distance in a time frame that made the word instant feel sluggish. He materialized with one foot on Kasame's chest and one hand crackling with enough voltage to stop a heart. Kasame looked up at him. The shark man was burned. His arms were numb. His Samahata was 40 meters away, hiding. He was beaten, decisively, by a teenager, and he laughed. A real, honest, blood-in-his-teeth laugh. The laugh of a man who had spent his entire life searching for a fight that made him feel alive and had just found one in the worst possible context. "Damn, kid," Kasame gasped. "You hit like a natural disaster." "You're strong," Naruto said, looking down at him. The crackling hand didn't waver, but his expression shifted. Just slightly, just enough. For a shark man. Best compliment I've gotten in years. Naruto held him there for a moment, reading him, assessing not the threat level, that was settled, but the person. Kasame Hoshigaki was a killer, a monster by most definitions. But there was something in his eyes that Naruto recognized, the loneliness of being built for something the world didn't want, and the bitter humor of carrying that weight without complaint. He stepped off. The lightning faded from his hand. "Stay down. If you get up, I'll put you down permanently." Wouldn't dream of it. Kasame's grin was bloody. For about 20 minutes. Naruto turned. Itachi was standing at the edge of the clearing. He hadn't moved. Through the entire fight, the detonation, the trees falling, the S-rank engagement that had lasted less than a minute, Itachi Uchiha had stood perfectly still with his Sharingan spinning and his hands at his sides. They looked at each other. Naruto felt the Mangekyo activate before he saw it. The pattern in Itachi's eyes shifted. The three tomo dissolving into something more complex, more dangerous, a kaleidoscope of black in a field of red that contained within it the power to rewrite reality. Tsukuyomi. The world changed. Naruto was in a red and black space, an inverted sky, a landscape of blood and absence. This was Itachi's world, the 72-hour illusion compressed into a fraction of a second, a pocket dimension of pure genjutsu where the caster was God and the victim was nothing. In this space, Itachi could torture, could kill, could break a mind into pieces so small they'd never reassemble. He'd used it on Kakashi once and put the man in a coma for a week. He'd used it on Sasuke and shattered whatever was left of a child's trust. Naruto stood in the red world. He looked around. He tilted his head. He felt it. The genjutsu threading through his nervous system, trying to seize control of his perceptions, trying to rewrite what his senses reported. The foreign chakra was masterful. The most sophisticated illusion technique in the known world, wielded by a genius who had perfected it through years of terrible use. It lasted 4 seconds. 4 seconds, and then the foreign chakra hit the Dragon Slayer pathways. The secondary network, the one that didn't rely on Tenketsu, the one that ran on principles from another world, pulsed. The electrical charge that lived in every nerve fiber of Naruto's body spiked. Not dramatically, just enough. The feedback loop broke. Genjutsu required sustained contact with the target's nervous system, a continuous signal that overwrote sensory input. Naruto's nervous system was running on electricity. Literal electricity. The signal that Tsukuyomi was sending was disrupted by the electromagnetic interference the same way a radio signal was disrupted by a lightning strike. The red world cracked, shattered, fell away like broken glass. Naruto was back in the clearing, standing, unchanged. 4 seconds. Itachi blinked. His Mangekyo spun. His face, that eternally composed, eternally controlled face, showed something for the first time. Surprise. "You tried to trap me in a dream," Naruto said. His voice was flat. "I run on electricity. Think about that." Itachi looked at him. The surprise faded. What replaced it was something else, something quiet and complicated and very, very old. He deactivated the Mangekyo. The red faded to black. He stood in the clearing with his regular Sharingan and regarded Naruto with an expression that was closer to recognition than hostility. "You're not what I expected," Itachi said. "Nobody ever expects me." "No, that's not what I mean." Itachi paused, choosing words with the precision of a surgeon. "I expected the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, a weapon, a container. I see something else." "What do you see?" "Someone who protects, not because he's supposed to, because he decided to." The clearing was quiet, with moonlight and ozone and two impossibly dangerous people standing 20 meters apart with no hostility between them. Naruto studied Itachi, studied the man behind the Akatsuki cloak, the dark circles under his eyes that spoke of illness, the controlled breathing that spoke of pain managed through discipline, the way his hands hung at his sides, not ready to fight, but ready to accept whatever came. Naruto saw it. The truth that hid behind the genocide, behind the missing nin status, behind the 10-year performance of villainy that had fooled every intelligence service in the world. He didn't say it. He didn't need to. Some truths were too heavy for words. "Tell your boss to come find me himself if he wants the fox," Naruto said. "I'm not hard to locate." Itachi held his gaze for a long moment. Then, in the smallest possible movement, so small that Kasame, lying in a crater behind them, would never see it, Itachi inclined his head, a fraction of a degree. In acknowledgement from one protector to another, he collected Kasame. They vanished into the night. The forest of death settled back into silence. Naruto stood alone in the moonlit clearing. The trees were ruined. The ground was scorched. Samahata was still embedded in a trunk 40 meters away, quivering. He put his headphones back on, walked home. Didn't tell anyone. Jiraiya died on a Thursday. Naruto didn't know it was a Thursday until later. He didn't know anything until Tsunade called him to her office. Her face told him before her mouth did. She was sitting behind her desk with a sake bottle and no cup, which meant she'd been drinking from the bottle, which meant the news was the kind that cups couldn't contain. Jiraiya went to Amegakure, Tsunade said. Her voice was steady. Her hands were not. He was investigating the Akatsuki leader. He found him. And he's not coming back, Naruto. The words entered his ears, traveled to his brain, were processed, understood, cataloged. The crackling stopped. The gold sparks that had been lazily orbiting his shoulders, the ones that were always there, the ambient discharge of a body that generated lightning the way a heart generated blood, went out. All of them, simultaneously. For the first time since he was 3 years old, Naruto Uzumaki was electrically silent. Tsunade watched it happen. She'd seen a lot of things in her life. She'd seen the second Hokage die. She'd seen Dan die. She'd seen Nawaki die. She'd watched the third walk into a barrier and not come back. She was intimately familiar with the particular silence that followed the word gone. But she had never seen a storm stop. Naruto stood in the Hokage's office. His hands were in his pockets. His face was stone. No expression, no reaction, no visible indication that anything had changed. How? He asked. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. He calls himself God, 6 bodies, 1 controller. Jiraiya identified the Rasengan before. Her voice cracked. One crack. She sealed it immediately. Before the end, he sent the intelligence back. It's good intelligence. It's the reason we'll win. He died getting us information. He died fighting. Naruto was quiet. The office was quiet. Outside, through the window, Konoha went about its day. People walked. Children laughed. The village lived. Okay, Naruto said. Naruto. I said okay. He left. He did not slam the door. He closed it so gently that the hinges didn't make a sound, which was somehow the loudest thing Tsunade had ever heard. He went to Training Ground 3, the bell test ground, the place where it all started. He stood in the middle of the field where Kakashi had lost 2 bells, and his composure in the same morning. And he stood there. He didn't train. He didn't attack anything. He didn't generate lightning or practice techniques or do any of the things that the world expected the lightning dragon to do when he was angry. He just stood for a long time, long enough for the sun to move across the sky and the shadows to change, long enough for birds to land on the posts and leave again, long enough for the world to prove once more that it kept going whether you wanted it to or not. Old pervert, Naruto said. That was all. 2 words, spoken to an empty training ground in a voice that nobody heard. Then the lightning came back, not slowly, not gradually, not with the dramatic escalation of a building storm. It came back all at once, every spark, every arc, every gold filament, returning to his body like it had never left. The air temperature spiked. The grass at his feet leaned away. The ambient field around him pressurized until the training ground itself hummed. It wasn't rage. It wasn't grief. Those were reactions. This was something deeper, something structural, a load-bearing decision that anchored everything above it. Pain was coming. Naruto would be here when he arrived. And when pain came, Naruto would teach him the difference between calling yourself God and standing in front of a dragon. He walked out of the training ground. His headphones were on. His coat was straight. His eyes were dry. Dragons didn't cry. They remembered. And then they acted. Pain came on a Sunday. No warning, no declaration of war, no diplomatic overture. 6 bodies descended from the sky on a summon, the animal path's work, and landed on Konoha's outer wall with a silence that was worse than any explosion, because silence meant control, and control from an invading force meant they'd already decided the outcome. Naruto felt them the moment they entered Fire Country, 8 hours before they reached Konoha. He felt them the way you felt a pressure change before a storm. A wrongness in the atmosphere, a weight in the air. 6 points of chakra so dense and alien that they registered on his electrical field like boulders dropping into a pond. He spent those 8 hours preparing, not himself, the village, Sakura, Full combat readiness. Every Medic 9 in the hospital on standby. Evacuate civilians to the shelters. His voice was flat. Operational. The Laxus voice, the one that had commanded the Thunder God tribe, the one that turned orders into gravity. Naruto, what? Pain is coming. The Akatsuki leader. 6 bodies. 1 mind. Rasengan in every set of eyes. He destroyed Omegakure's resistance and killed Jiraiya. He's coming here. Sakura's face went white. Then it went hard. She moved. Lee, Neji, every combat-capable jonin and chunin who's in the village, alert them. Formation Delta. Defensive perimeter. Nobody engages the 6 bodies alone. They share vision through the Rasengan. If one sees you, all 6 see you. He'd memorized Jiraiya's intelligence. Every observation. The old pervert had given him this with his last breath, and Naruto would use every syllable of it. He stood on the Hokage monument. His spot. The highest point. The place where the lightning dragon looked down on his guild and dared the world to touch it. The 6 paths came over the wall at dawn. They were not subtle. They didn't need to be. 6 figures in Akatsuki cloaks, each one a dead body reanimated and controlled by chakra receivers, each one carrying a different ability of the Rasengan, each one a weapon designed for a specific function. Animal path, Preta path, human path, Asura path, Naraka path, and the Deva path, the body of Yaiko, the face of pain, the center of gravity that controlled the others. They spread out. They began destroying. The animal path summoned creatures, a giant centipede, a massive dog, a bird of impossible wingspan. The summons tore through buildings. The Asura path converted its body into weapons, missiles, blades, mechanical augmentations that turned a human shell into a war machine. The Preta path absorbed incoming jutsu. The human path ripped souls from anyone it could grab. Buildings fell. People screamed. Dust rose in columns that could be seen from miles away. Konoha's defenders fought. They fought hard. Kakashi engaged the Deva path with everything he had. Sharingan spinning, combat experience screaming. Every trick in 1,000 jutsu arsenal deployed in rapid succession. It wasn't enough. The 5-second interval of Shinra Tensei, the gravitational repulsion that turned the Deva path into a localized god of physics, meant every attack had a window and every window closed. Kakashi was pushed to his limit, past it. Kamui, the Mangekyo technique he'd been hiding for years, activated in desperation, warping a missile from the Asura path into another dimension. The strain nearly killed him. He dropped. His eye bled. His chakra reserves bottomed out. He was alive. Barely. Choza and Choji fought the animal path summons with expansion techniques that turned them into giants. They held the line at the academy. Rock Lee and Might Guy intercepted the Asura path, Lee's gates blazing. Guy's smile like a weapon, and bought time with taijutsu that was too fast and too relentless for mechanical augmentations to track. Shikamaru coordinated from the intelligence center, his mind processing 6 separate threat vectors simultaneously, his voice steady in every ear, his hands shaking under the desk where nobody could see. They fought, all of them. Naruto's guild. Naruto stood on the monument and watched. 6 of them, he said. I fought more. He stepped off the edge, lightning body. The gold streak hit the Asura path mid-swing. Guy and Lee had it flanked. Guy's fist coming in from the right, Lee's kick from the left. But the mechanical body was already pivoting, converting its torso into a cannon that was aimed at the academy behind them. Naruto materialized out of the lightning bolt, with his fist already in motion. Lightning Dragon's iron fist. The punch hit the Asura path's chest with the force of a bomb wrapped in a thunderstorm and launched it out of the village. Not across the street, not across the district, out of the village. The mechanical body became a blur of sparking metal and shattered chakra receivers that left a contrail of smoke over the rooftops before cratering into a hillside a mile beyond the wall. Guy blinked. Lee's mouth fell open. Every ninja within visual range experienced a collective moment of recalibration. Naruto-kun. Lee's eyes were waterfalls. Your flames of youth have... Later, Lee. Naruto was already moving. The main threat is the Deva path, the one with gravity control. He's heading for the center of the village. How do you know? Because that's where the most people are, and he wants to make a point. He became lightning again. Gold light streaked across Konoha's rooftops. A comet of electricity that left static charges on every surface it passed, that made every hair on every arm stand up, that turned the smoke-filled sky briefly, brilliantly gold. The animal path was next. Its summons were tearing through the market district. A giant dog, multi-headed, regenerating, splitting into more dogs every time it was cut, was destroying everything in its path. Naruto landed in front of it. The dog's 6 heads turned toward him, 6 mouths full of teeth, 6 sets of Rasengan-connected eyes. Raging bolt. The sky turned gold. A bolt of lightning, massive, biblical, descending from clouds that hadn't been there 3 seconds ago, struck the multi-headed dog with enough electrical energy to power Konoha for a week. The summon didn't split. It didn't regenerate. The amount of current flowing through its body was so immense that the chakra holding it together couldn't maintain coherence. It unsummoned, forcibly, violently, returning to whatever plane it came from with the speed and enthusiasm of something that never wanted to experience lightning again. The animal path itself was behind the summon. A woman's body, dead eyes, chakra receivers in her nose and ears. She was already summoning again, hands forming the seal, the smoke of another creature beginning to. Naruto's hand closed over her face. One hand. He lifted her off the ground. Lightning pulsed through his grip, not enough to destroy the body, but enough to fry the chakra receivers. The metal rods that connected this puppet to its controller melted. The body went limp. Dead again. Dead for real this time. He dropped it, kept moving. The human path was in the residential district. It had a woman by the head, a civilian, screaming, her soul half extracted, a shimmering ghost of herself being pulled from her body by the path's terrible ability. Naruto hit it from behind. Lightning Dragon's jaw. The uppercut caught the human path under the chin and launched it vertically, up through a roof, through a water tank, into the open air where the residual electrical discharge turned it into a brief, sparking firework before it fell back to earth in pieces. The woman collapsed. Her soul settled back into her body. She would have nightmares for years. She would also be alive to have them. 3 down, 3 to go. The Preta path found him, or he found it. It stepped into the street ahead of him, a large body, broad-shouldered, its hands extended in the absorption posture. The Preta path was a shield. It absorbed ninjutsu. 8 chakra-based attacks like Samehada, but better. Without the sentience, without the fear, without the ability to refuse. Naruto fired a lightning dragon's roar at it. The beam of golden devastation crossed the street and hit the Preta path's barrier. It absorbed it. Every volt, every erg. The barrier ate the attack whole. Huh, Naruto said. He fired another, larger. The Preta path absorbed it. Its body swelled slightly with the stored energy. Interesting, Naruto said. He sounded genuinely curious. That was a bad sign for the Preta path. He walked toward it. Slowly. The Preta path held its ground, barrier up, absorbing the ambient electrical field that surrounded Naruto's body. Every step closer gave it more energy to eat. Naruto stopped 3 feet away, close enough to touch. You eat chakra, he said. Let's see how much you can eat. He poured it in. Not an attack, just output. Raw, unstructured, maximal volume electrical energy channeled directly into the Preta path's barrier at close range. The Dragon Slayer physiology that could generate lightning indefinitely, not from reserves, not from storage, but from biological production, the way a generator produced electricity by spinning, turned the Preta path's absorption ability from an asset into a death sentence. Because the Preta path could absorb any finite amount of chakra, but Naruto wasn't finite. He was a generator. He produced more, endlessly. The barrier ate and ate, and the body behind it swelled with energy it couldn't process, and Naruto kept feeding it with the calm patience of someone stuffing a turkey. The Preta path's body cracked, overloaded. Chakra seams burst along its arms, its chest, its face. It was a cup trying to hold an ocean. It exploded, not dramatically, quietly, almost. A pop of released energy and a scatter of chakra receiver fragments. The absorption barrier that had never failed to neutralize any attack simply drowned in volume, 4 down. The Naraka path was hiding, smart. Its function was support, the King of Hell summoning that restored the other paths. Naruto found it in a collapsed building, already repairing the Asura path's shattered body. He didn't use a technique. He walked in, grabbed the Naraka path by the head, and discharged directly into its brain. The chakra receivers melted. The King of Hell dissolved. The repair function ended, 5 down. The Deva path. Naruto found it in the center of Konoha, standing in the middle of the main avenue, alone. The body of Yahiko, orange hair, Rasengan eyes, a face that had once belonged to a man who believed in peace and was now a puppet dancing on strings of pain. Around it, destruction, craters where buildings used to be, fire, dust, the evidence of a god who had come to make a point about suffering. Kakashi was down. Half the Jonin force was down. The village was broken. Naruto walked toward the Deva path, down the avenue, through the rubble. His boots crunched on gravel. His coat was dusty. His face was calm. "You killed Jiraiya," Naruto said. The Deva path looked at him with Nagato's eyes. With the Rasengan, with the god sight that could see everything and understand nothing. "Jiraiya was my teacher as well," Pain's voice said through the puppet's mouth. "His death was necessary, as is yours. You keep using that word, necessary. Your teacher, your sensei, the man who raised you, and you killed him because it was necessary. Pain is the only path to peace. He taught me that himself without meaning to. No, he taught you to be better than this. You taught yourself to be worse." Shinra Tensei. The gravitational repulsion wave erupted from the Deva path, a wall of invisible force that turned the air itself into a weapon. It hit Naruto with the power of a mountain being thrown. He went through 2 buildings. Through them, not around. Through. Brick and mortar and steel rebar, all of it punched through by the force of a technique that could repel anything. He came out the other side, shook dust from his coat, rolled his neck. "Gravity," he said. Interesting. He looked up. The storm he'd been generating unconsciously, passively since the fight started, covered the sky above Konoha. Thunderclouds, black and gold, lightning flickering inside them like trapped heartbeats. He opened his mouth toward the sky and drank. A bolt of lightning, natural, massive, the real thing, generated by the atmospheric conditions his own power had created, descended from the clouds and hit him directly. Not around him, into him, through his mouth, down his throat, into the Dragon Slayer pathways that absorbed electrical energy the way lungs absorbed air. He ate the storm. His body surged. Dragon Sage mode activated, not gradually, not in stages, but all at once. The gold cross-pupiled eyes, the jagged lightning marks from eye to temple, the density, the presence. Nature chakra and Dragon Slayer power merged into something that made the rubble at his feet levitate slightly from the ambient electromagnetic field. He walked back toward the Deva path, Shinra Tensei again. Full power. The Deva path extended both arms and released the gravitational force with everything it had. The wave hit Naruto. He leaned into it. His feet carved trenches in the road. His coat blew back from his body, but he kept walking. Each step forward against the force of a technique that should have launched him into the next country. His lightning-enhanced muscles and sage-reinforced frame grinding against gravity itself, he reached the Deva path. 5 seconds of walking against the full repulsive force of the Rasengan's gravitational control. 5 steps that shouldn't have been possible. His hand closed around the Deva path's wrist. 5 seconds, Naruto said. "That's your cooldown." I counted. The Deva path tried to pull free. Naruto's grip didn't budge. "You want to know pain?" Naruto said. "I'll show you pain." Lightning dragons roar point blank into the Deva path's body. The golden beam turned the puppet into a conduit. Every chakra receiver, every metallic implant, every rod connecting this body to its controller became a pathway for electrical devastation. The lightning didn't just destroy the body. It traveled through the receivers, through the signal, back toward the source. Somewhere outside the village, in a paper tree on a distant hill, a man in a mechanical walker screamed as feedback lightning arced across his chakra receivers and burned the connection out. The Deva path dropped. Naruto let it fall. He stood over it, breathing hard. Not from exhaustion, but from the effort of restraint. The immense difficulty of not simply leveling everything in every direction, and looked down at the face of Yahiko, not with triumph, not with satisfaction, with something complicated. Something that recognized a weapon that used to be a person and mourned what was lost in the conversion. "Who made you like this?" Naruto said to the empty face. Nobody answered. Dead puppets didn't talk. He went to find the puppeteer. Amegakure, the rain, the paper, the city of pipes and steel built on suffering by people who thought suffering was a foundation rather than a warning. Naruto walked through the rain. It parted around him. his electrical field vaporizing the droplets before they reached his skin, creating a bubble of dry air in the middle of a monsoon. He looked like a prophet. He looked like a problem. He looked like exactly what he was, a boy who had come to have a conversation with a man who called himself God and was going to find out what that title was actually worth. Conan found him first, the angel. Paper wings and amber eyes and a loyalty to Nagato that was so absolute it had become load-bearing. Remove it and everything she was would collapse. You cannot. I can. I am. Move. She looked at him, at the gold eyes, at the aura, at the fact that he had just dismantled 6 bodies of the Rasengan in less than 20 minutes and walked here through a country's worth of hostile territory without slowing down. She moved. Nagato was in the tree, the mechanical walker, the emaciated body, the red hair, Uzumaki red, a detail Naruto filed away, and the Rasengan eyes that looked in this wasted frame less like weapons and more like curses. They looked at each other. 2 Uzumaki, 2 Jinchuriki of different kinds. 2 people carrying more power than anyone should and less peace than anyone deserved. You came alone, Nagato said. His voice was thin, strained. The feedback from Naruto's attack on the Deva path had cost him. I came alone because this isn't a fight. You know it isn't. Your 6 bodies are gone. Your plan failed. Konoha is still standing and I'm here, and the conversation we're about to have is the only thing left. Conversation. Nagato's lips twisted. You think words can resolve what force could not? I think force already resolved it. You lost. The question is what happens after. Naruto stepped closer. The paper tree rustled. Conan tensed behind him. Jiraiya-sensei talked about you, Naruto said. All 3 of you. The rain orphans. The students he loved. He said you were brilliant. He said you had the potential to change the world. I did change the world. You burned it. There's a difference. And what would you know about change? You're a child. I'm a child who just walked through your God complex like a screen door. So maybe stop pulling rank and listen. Nagato's Rasengan flared. The concentric circles in his eyes pulsed with barely restrained power. You want to know about pain? Nagato hissed. About real suffering? I watched my parents die. I watched my friend die. I built a village of peace and watched it crushed by the great nations who couldn't tolerate the idea that someone else might have found an answer they hadn't. Everything I loved was taken from me. Everything. I know. You don't. I know because the same thing happened to me. Naruto's voice was quiet. Not soft. Quiet. The way a blade is quiet. My parents died the night I was born. The village they died to save treated me like a disease for 12 years. The old man who tried to protect me was killed by your partner. And the man who taught me, the man who taught you, went to your city to try to save you, and you killed him for it. The paper tree creaked. Rain hammered the walls. Jiraiya believed in you until the end. He spent his whole life believing in people who kept proving him wrong, and he never stopped. And you want to know the stupid thing? The really, genuinely stupid thing? He was right, not about you. You proved him wrong. About what he believed, the idea that people could be better, that the cycle could break, that someone somewhere would be strong enough to forgive instead of destroy. Forgiveness is weakness. Forgiveness is the hardest thing in the world. Destruction is easy. I could level this city in 10 minutes. That's not strength. That's physics. Strength is choosing not to. Strength is what Jiraiya had, what the 3rd Hokage had, what you used to have before you decided that being hurt gave you permission to hurt everyone else. Nagato stared at him. The Rasengan saw everything. The chakra, the power, the dragon pathways that hummed with energy. But the eyes also saw the boy, the orphan, the Jinchuriki who had been given every reason to become exactly what Nagato had become and had chosen, stubbornly, impossibly, to become something else. What he believed isn't wrong, Naruto said. What you became is. The silence that followed was the kind that changes things. Not the silence of shock or defeat. The silence of a man standing at the edge of a cliff and looking down at the drop and realizing, for the first time in decades, that he could step back. Nagato's hands trembled on the arms of his walker. His eyes, those terrible, powerful, cursed eyes, were wet. Rini rebirth, Conan started. Nagato, no. The technique that can reverse death, every soul I've taken today, every person who died in the invasion. His voice was cracking. Not with weakness, with the terrible weight of a decision that cost everything. I can bring them back. One last act, one last jutsu. It will kill you, Conan said. Her paper wings were shaking. Yes. Nagato. It should. He looked at Naruto, through Naruto. At something beyond him, a memory maybe, of a boy with orange hair and a girl with blue hair in a world that had been kind for exactly long enough to teach them what kindness looked like. The boy is right. Jiraiya would be right. It is time to stop being wrong. The technique activated. Nagato's life force poured out of him, through the Rasengan, through the King of Hell, through the very fabric of reality. And in Konoha, 100 miles away, the dead opened their eyes. Kakashi gasped awake in a crater. Citizens who had stopped breathing started again. The village, which had been a graveyard, was suddenly, impossibly, not. Nagato died in his walker. The red drained from his hair. The Rasengan dimmed. Naruto stood in front of him, looked at the body, at the empty eyes, at the wasted frame of a man who had been powerful enough to destroy a village and, in the end, powerful enough to undo it. Thank you, Naruto said, quietly, to the dead. Then he turned and walked out of the paper tree and into the rain, and the rain touched him for the first time because his electrical field had, for just a moment, gone quiet again. Conan let him go. She had paper to fold and a body to bury, and a lot of time to think about a boy in a fur coat who had defeated a god with honesty and then said thank you. Naruto walked home. It took hours. He didn't use lightning body. He walked. Through the rain. Through the forest. Through the border of fire country and up the road to Konoha's gates, which were broken but standing. He didn't look like he won. He looked like he survived. The village met him at the gates. Not the guards. The people, civilians, ninjas, children. The citizens of Konoha who had watched the sky turn gold and felt the dead come back and heard through the network of rumors that moved faster than any jutsu that Naruto Uzumaki had done it, had beaten God. They were silent when he appeared on the road, dusty, bloody, his coat torn in 3 places, no headphones. They'd been destroyed in the fight. Then someone started clapping. It spread, like fire, like lightning. A wave of sound that built from scattered applause into a roar that echoed off the broken walls and filled the broken streets, and meant something that no amount of formal recognition could ever match. Naruto walked through it. He didn't wave. He didn't smile. He didn't perform. But his shoulders straightened, just a fraction, just enough. Dragons didn't bow. But they could acknowledge their horde. Sasuke came after. The reports filtered in over months. Itachi was dead. Killed by Sasuke at the Uchiha hideout. An extended battle that had destroyed a section of forest and ended with 2 brothers on their backs in the rain. One dead, one alive, and neither of them winners. Then the truth. The real truth. Tobi, Obito Uchiha, wearing a mask and a grudge, had found Sasuke in the aftermath and told him everything. The Uchiha massacre, the orders, the village elders, the impossible choice of one boy who loved his brother more than himself. And Sasuke had broken. Not like glass, like ice. He'd gone cold where he used to be hot, methodical where he used to be desperate. The hate that had burned for Itachi didn't extinguish. It pivoted, pointed at Konoha, at the system, at the village that had ordered the death of his family, and then had the audacity to call it peace. He formed a team. Taka, Suigetsu, Karen, Jugo. Weapons he'd collected during his time with Orochimaru, who was dead now too, consumed by the student he thought was the prey. They operated in the shadows, attacked Konoha's interests, made noise. The 5 Kage summit happened. Sasuke attacked it. Bold, stupid, the kind of move that came from someone who was in so much pain they couldn't tell the difference between strategy and suicide. The Raikage nearly killed him. Gaara nearly killed him. He survived through a combination of Mangekyo Sharingan techniques, the Suzanu's skeletal protection, and the kind of luck that the universe reserves for people it isn't done with yet. Naruto found him after. Not at the summit. In the snow, in Iron Country, on a mountain road that led nowhere in particular. Sasuke was sitting on a rock, alone. Taka was gone, scattered, wounded, dealing with their own aftermath. He was in a tattered cloak, his Mangekyo activated and bleeding, his body a map of injuries that hadn't been treated because treating them would require admitting they hurt. Naruto walked up the road. His new coat, the black one with the white fur, bought after the old one was destroyed in the Pain invasion, was dusted with snow. His breath fogged in the cold. His lightning kept him warm. Sasuke. Sasuke looked up. His eyes were different. Not just the Mangekyo, although that was different too. The pattern shifted, evolved, paid for in grief. His actual eyes, the person behind the Dojutsu, he looked like someone who had been running for so long he'd forgotten what he was running from. Come to drag me home again? Sasuke's voice was flat, empty. Naruto sat on the rock next to him. Didn't ask permission, just sat. Not today. That surprised Sasuke enough to actually look at him. Today I want to talk, Naruto said. Actually talk. Not fight, not posture, not do the thing where we yell at each other and one of us punches the other through a waterfall. We did that already. Yeah, and it worked. Partly. You came home, then you left again. So maybe punching isn't the full solution. Sasuke stared at him, at the boy. No, the man, they were men now, or close enough, who had been the fixed point of his life since the academy. The person who made him feel small and furious and, in the very worst way, seen. Itachi died for Konoha, Sasuke said. His voice cracked on his brother's name. He killed our family. He destroyed everything we were. And he did it because the village told him to. Because the alternative was a civil war that would have killed more. I know. You know? How do you? I met your brother. During the Akatsuki encounter, he didn't fight me. We talked. I didn't understand everything then. I do now. Naruto paused. He loved you. That was the only thing I needed to understand. Sasuke's Mangekyo spun, his hands clenched on his knees. He wanted you to come home, Naruto said. He wanted you to live. He made every choice, every terrible, unforgivable, necessary choice, because he believed you could have the future he couldn't, and you're spending that future trying to destroy the thing he died to protect. Konoha ordered. Konoha's elders ordered. The village, the people, the kids at the academy, the ramen guy, the old lady who sells flowers, they didn't order anything. They didn't even know. And you want to burn them to punish the people at the top. You know what that makes you? What? The same as Danzo. The same as every politician who ever decided that regular people's lives were acceptable losses. The words hit like a chidori. Sasuke flinched. His Mangekyo deactivated. The red faded to black and the black was wet. You don't know what it's like, Sasuke whispered, to lose everything and then find out the loss was designed. No, I don't. My loss was random. Yours was calculated. That's worse. I'm not going to pretend it isn't. Naruto looked at the sky. Snow fell around them, avoiding his skin, vaporizing in the ambient heat of his aura. But here's the thing about calculated losses, Sasuke. The people who calculated them are mostly dead. Danzo is dead. The third is dead. The system that made the choice has been dismantled piece by people like Tsunade, who actually want to do better. That doesn't. No, it doesn't undo it. It doesn't fix it. Nothing fixes it. Your family is still gone. Itachi is still dead. That's the truth, and I'm not going to put a ribbon on it. He paused. But you can still choose what you do with what's left. And right now, what you're choosing is to become the thing that killed your family. A weapon pointed at civilians by someone who decided their pain mattered more than everyone else's. Sasuke was quiet for a long time. The snow settled on his shoulders. His eyes were black and raw and 20 years old. You're still arrogant, Sasuke said finally. Top 2, Naruto said. Same as always, something shifted. Not dramatically. Not with lightning or tears or the cosmic weight of a dramatic turning point. Just a small, quiet shift in a boy on a rock who had been carrying a mountain and was, for the first time, considering the possibility that he could set it down. I can't go back, Sasuke said. Not yet. Not after the summit. They'll execute me. They'll try. I won't let them. You can't just decide. I can. I did. Same as last time. Naruto stood, brushed snow off his coat. When you're ready, come home. I'll handle the politics. I'll handle the council. I'll handle anyone who thinks executing you is easier than understanding you. Why? Because you're my guild member. I already told you that. I don't repeat myself. He didn't repeat himself. He started walking down the mountain. Naruto. He stopped. Didn't turn. Itachi? What did he say when you talked to him? Naruto was quiet for a moment. Snow and silence. He said you were worth dying for. He didn't use those words, but that's what he said. He kept walking. Sasuke stayed on his head unclenched. And when Naruto was gone, down the road, around the bend, out of sight, Sasuke looked at the sky and breathed, and the breath didn't hurt as much as the last one. That wasn't healing. That was the decision to start. The fourth great ninja war began on a morning that smelled like nothing. Not rain, not smoke, not blood, nothing. The absence of scent, which was worse because it meant the world was holding its breath. The allied shinobi forces, all 5 great nations, united for the first time in history against a common threat, assembled on multiple fronts. 80,000 ninja, samurai from Iron Country, every able body, every bloodline, every technique and trick and secret weapon that the combined might of the shinobi world could muster. Against them, Obito Uchiha's army, 100,000 white Zetsu clones, plant-based soldiers that copied chakra signatures, infiltrated ranks, killed from within. Reanimated legends, the Edo Tensei's abomination, pulling the greatest ninja who had ever lived from their graves and forcing them to fight the world they died to protect. And behind it all, the 10 Tails, the primordial beast, the source of all chakra, a thing so massive and terrible that the word monster was an understatement of cosmic proportions. Naruto was assigned to the front lines, not by request, by inevitability. You didn't put the lightning dragon in the reserves. You didn't hold back the weather event. You aimed it at the enemy and hoped the enemy had insurance. He stood at the head of the 1st Division spearhead formation. His coat was clean. His headphones, new pair, the 4th set, he kept breaking them in fights, were around his neck. His presence was so heavy that the ninja standing nearest to him had to consciously resist the urge to kneel. "Listen up," Naruto said to no one in particular and everyone in earshot. "There are 100,000 of them. There are 80,000 of us. The math says we lose." Silence. "I don't lose." The first wave hit white Zetsu, thousands of them, pouring across the battlefield like a white tide, shapeless and grinning and wrong in every way that biology could be wrong. Naruto raised his hand. Thunder Palace. The orbs of lightning shot into the sky, hundreds of them, more than he'd ever produced, covering a kilometer of battlefield in a grid of gold light. Each node was connected. Each connection was a thread of electrical current. The entire formation was a net of lightning suspended above the army below. He dropped it. Not all at once. Selectively. Each node discharged independently, targeting the Zetsu clones that his Dragon Sage mode sensory perception identified in real time. Gold bolts rained from the sky like divine artillery, each one hitting a Zetsu clone with enough voltage to vaporize plant matter instantly. The battlefield lit up in staccato flashes. Pop, pop, pop. Hundreds of clones destroyed in the opening seconds. The allied ninja behind him watched a weather event clear their path. "Push forward," Naruto commanded. Not asking, telling. The Laxus voice, the guild master voice. "I'll handle the chaff. You handle the rest." They pushed, inspired by lightning, covered by lightning, fighting under a sky that was, for the first time in the history of the shinobi world, actively on their side. The Edo Tensei reanimations were harder. These were legends. Kage. S-rank ninja pulled from the grave, their minds trapped in bodies they couldn't control, forced to fight with full power and zero restraint. Naruto fought them with respect. The second Mizukage, a genjutsu specialist with a clam summon that could make an entire battlefield an illusion. Naruto's Dragon Sage mode cut through the genjutsu instantly. His electrical field disrupted the clam's sensory manipulation. He ended the fight in 9 seconds and then, carefully, burned the reanimation tags that bound the Mizukage's soul with a precisely controlled lightning dragon's heavenward halberd. The Mizukage reformed, the Edo Tensei regenerating, but in the gap between destruction and reformation, the man's eyes cleared. He looked at Naruto with his own will for just a moment and said, "Thank you, boy." Then the jutsu took him again. But Naruto had heard it. The third Raikage, a man whose lightning release rivaled anything the shinobi world had produced, a man whose body was a weapon harder than any blade. He charged Naruto with his hell stab, 4 fingers concentrated to a point of impenetrable lightning. Naruto caught it. The Dragon Slayer physiology absorbed the lightning component. The physical force, considerable, Kage-level, drove him back 30 feet. But he caught it. The third Raikage's eyes went wide in his reanimated face. No one had ever caught the hell stab. No one. "You're a lightning user," Naruto said, holding the Raikage's wrist. "I eat lightning." He redirected the Raikage's own attack into his body, overloading the reanimation's control seal. The body crumbled, reformed. The Raikage's eyes cleared. "Who are you?" the Raikage asked. "The next one." The Raikage smiled. Then the jutsu reclaimed him, and Naruto was already moving to the next fight. Across the battlefield, the alliance held. Shikamaru coordinated divisions with a strategic genius that would have made his father proud and his father's chessboard weep. Sakura ran the forward medical operations, her fists shattering white zetsu between healing sessions. Rock Lee opened the 6th gate on a battalion of reanimated swordsmen and turned the left flank into a green-tinged disaster area. Gaara commanded the sand and the allied forces with the quiet authority of a Kazekage, who had learned that leadership was protection, not dominion. But the white zetsu kept coming. The reanimations kept regenerating. The war machine that Obito had built was designed to grind, to overwhelm, to make victory a question of attrition that the alliance could not win. Then the 10 tails emerged. It came from the ground. An impossibility made flesh. Massive didn't cover it. Colossal didn't cover it. The 10 tails was a geological event that happened to be alive, a body the size of a mountain, tails that could reach the clouds, a single eye that contained the Rasengan, and looked down at the world with the indifferent hunger of a thing that had existed before the concept of hunger had a name. Its roar shook the earth. Literally. Seismographs in distant countries registered the vibration. Every ninja on the battlefield felt their bones vibrate. Some fell, some froze, some, the weaker ones, simply shut down, their bodies refusing to process the reality of what stood before them. Naruto looked at it. He stood on a ridge, Dragon Sage mode active, gold cross-pupiled eyes tracking the impossible scale of the thing, and he processed it the way he processed everything, as a problem that needed a very large solution. "Bigger than Sasuke's snake," he said, marginally. He entered full dragon force. The transformation had been refined over years of practice and combat. It wasn't the half-controlled surge it had been at 13. It was complete, deliberate. Total gold scales erupted across his body. Not patches, not hints, but full coverage. Shimmering plates of draconic armor that ran from his jaw to his ankles. His eyes went full dragon, slitted pupils and gold irises that burned with internal light. His hair stood up in a crown of crackling filaments. The whisker marks became jagged lightning scars that pulsed with each heartbeat. And the lightning. God, the lightning. It didn't crackle anymore. It sang, a continuous harmonic hum of electrical energy that extended from his body in an aura 300 meters wide. Inside that aura, the air was supercharged. Every molecule was a potential conductor. Every atom vibrated at a frequency that made the ground tremble and the sky respond. But there was something new. Something that had been building since the valley, since pain, since the day he'd eaten a Chidori and felt the nine-tailed chakra stir in response. The fox was awake. Deep inside the seal, Kurama, who had watched through Naruto's eyes as the war unfolded, who had felt the battles and the speeches and the impossibly stubborn boy who treated him as an equal rather than a tool, opened his eyes. "You're going to fight that thing," Kurama said. "Not a question." "You're going to help me," Naruto replied, also not a question. I was going to offer. You didn't need to ask." "I wasn't asking. Insufferable brat, oversized furball." Kurama's chakra released, not leaked, not forced, released voluntarily by a tailed beast who had decided, freely, for the first time in a millennium, to lend his power to a human. The red gold energy of the nine tails flowed through the seal into Naruto's chakra network and met the Dragon Slayer pathways. They merged, not merged like mixing paint. Merged like a thunderstorm meeting a wildfire. The nine tails chakra, dense, hot, primal, the energy of a being that had existed since the dawn of the world, wove itself into the Dragon Lacrima's pathways, and the result was something neither world had a name for. Naruto's dragon force changed. The gold scales gained a red-gold inner glow like metal heated past cherry. The lightning aura shifted from pure yellow to a gold-red spectrum that pulsed with visible heartbeats. His chakra output, already at a level that made the allied forces' sensors physically recoil from their equipment, doubled, then tripled, then stopped having a number because the number exceeded the scale. He was standing on a ridge, the 10 tails was in front of him. The army was behind him. The world was watching. Naruto jumped, not ran, not flew, jumped. A single leap that covered 500 meters, propelled by lightning and tailed beast chakra, and the raw physical absurdity of a dragon slayer, in full sync with the most powerful Biju in existence. He hit the Ten Tails' face with Lightning Dragon's iron fist. The impact registered on every sensor in the alliance. A shockwave of gold-red light erupted from the contact point, spreading outward in a perfect sphere that pushed the very air away from the strike zone. The Ten Tails' head, a structure the size of a building, snapped sideways. The beast staggered. One of its tails carved a trench in the earth that was a mile long. Naruto landed on the beast's forehead, planted his feet, looked down at the single Rasengan eye that stared up at him. "Hey," Naruto said, "you're big. I'm not. Guess which one of us is the problem?" The Ten Tails roared. Every tail swung at him simultaneously. A cage of appendages, each one the size of a bridge, converging on the tiny gold figure standing on its head. Lightning Dragon's roar. Naruto opened his mouth and the world turned gold. The beam that erupted was not the roar he'd used at 13. Not the roar he'd used against Zabuza or in the Forest of Death. This was the roar of a dragon sage in full dragon force, powered by the Nine Tails chakra, amplified by nature energy unleashed at full capacity against the largest target in the history of combat. It was a column of gold-red lightning 10 meters wide that hit the Ten Tails in the chest and pushed. Not cut, pushed. The beast, mountain-sized, apocalyptic, the source of all chakra, slid backward. Its tails lost their convergence. Its feet dug trenches in the earth as it was physically driven across the battlefield by a continuous beam of Dragon Slayer devastation. Obito screamed commands. The Ten Tails tried to reform, tried to redirect, tried to bring its impossible power to bear on the ant that was hurting it. Naruto kept firing. 10 seconds of continuous roar. The air temperature in a kilometer radius rose 20 degrees. The battlefield was lit in gold-red light that turned the sky into day. Every allied ninja saw it. Every enemy saw it. Every living thing with eyes and a survival instinct saw a boy standing on a monster and roaring at it with the voice of a dragon and the power of a god. The Ten Tails was not defeated. It was staggered, hurt, which was more than anyone else on the battlefield had managed. It recovered. Obito's control reasserted. The beast's tails reformed into a focused tailed beast bomb. The ultimate Biju technique, a sphere of compressed chakra that could level a country. Naruto saw it forming. His Dragon Sage mode sensed the chakra gathering. He had maybe 3 seconds. He gathered his own power. All of it. Dragon Force. Nine Tails. Sage mode. Every system at maximum capacity. Lightning Dragon Slayer secret art. Roaring thunder. The dragon construct erupted from his hand. Bigger than the one he'd used against Zabuza. Bigger than anything he'd ever produced. 150 meters of serpentine golden light with jaws wide enough to swallow a building. It met the tailed beast bomb at the midpoint between them. The collision was nuclear. The shockwave flattened everything in a 3-kilometer radius. The landscape itself changed. Craters formed, rivers diverted, geological features were rearranged by the force of a Dragon Slayer technique meeting a tailed beast bomb head-on. It was a draw. Both attacks annihilated each other in an explosion of light that lasted 7 seconds and was visible from every nation on the continent. But Naruto had bought time. The alliance regrouped. Formations reformed. The battle continued. Madara Uchiha arrived like an afterthought from hell. The Edo Tensei brought him back wrong or right, depending on your perspective. He was everything the legends said and worse. Hashirama Senju's rival, the man who had controlled the Nine Tails, the ghost that haunted every history book in the shinobi world, now standing on the battlefield in resurrected flesh with Rasengan eyes and a smile that said, "I've been waiting for this." He broke free of the Edo Tensei's control immediately. The technique that could bind any other reanimation was a suggestion to Madara. He shrugged it off, the way Naruto shrugged off Genjutsu, not through technique, but through sheer force of will being too vast for the binding to contain. Then he fought the 5 Kage, all of them, at once and won, not easily. They were Kage after all, the pinnacle of their respective nations. Tsunade's regeneration and strength, Onoki's particle style, the Raikage's lightning armor, Mei's lava and acid, Gaara's absolute defense, 5 of the most powerful people alive working in perfect coordination through everything they had at one man. Madara dismantled them with Susanoo and a smile. Two of his perfect clones, each one as strong as a Kage, divided their attention while the original carved through their defenses with taijutsu that hadn't been seen in a century and a Mangekyo Sharingan that redefined what the bloodline was capable of. He left them broken, alive, because killing them wasn't interesting. Then he turned his attention to the real fight, the 10 Tails, Obito, and the Jinchuriki, who was giving both of them more trouble than anyone on the battlefield. Naruto and Madara's first exchange happened at full speed on the 10 Tails' back. Neither of them announced it. Neither of them grandstanded. They just collided. Two catastrophes meeting in midair, the shockwave of their first blow cratering the beast's spine. Madara fought with a fan and a lifetime. The gunbai, the war fan, that had deflected everything from tailed beast bombs to entire battalions, swung at Naruto with the casual mastery of a man who had been the strongest person alive for the majority of human history. Naruto blocked it with a lightning-coated forearm. The impact shattered the ground beneath them. His Dragon Force scales absorbed the kinetic energy and converted a fraction of the residual chakra into fuel, which was the Dragon Slayer advantage. Every attack against him that carried any electrical or chakra-based component was partially consumed and repurposed. They exchanged blows. Not a sequence, not a combination, a war. Each strike was a seismic event. Each dodge created a vacuum. They fought across the 10 Tails' body like two storms colliding on an impossible landscape, their attacks leaving craters and scorch marks and the kind of structural damage that would have toppled buildings. "You're strong," Madara said. He was smiling, genuinely, the smile of a man who had spent decades in the afterlife being bored and had just found a reason to pay attention. "You fight like no one I've ever encountered. Your power doesn't follow the rules. Rules are for people who can't write new ones." "Ha!" Madara's laugh was a battlefield all by itself. "You remind me of someone. Myself, actually, at my most arrogant. I'm more arrogant than you ever were." Bold claim. Madara Susanoo activated, the perfect form, armored and armed, a titan of chakra that made the 10 Tails surface tremble. "Prove it." Lightning Dragon's heavenward halberd. Not one, a dozen. Naruto generated spears of gold-red lightning and hurled them at the Susanoo with the rapid-fire precision of a Gatling gun. Each spear carried the force of his combined Dragon Force and tailed beast power. Each one hit the Susanoo's armor like a missile. The armor cracked. Madara's eyes widened. His Susanoo, the perfect defense of the strongest Uchiha who had ever lived, was taking structural damage from a teenager's attacks. He reformed it, thicker, stronger. Swung the Susanoo's blade, a construct of pure chakra the size of a skyscraper at Naruto. Naruto caught it. Two hands, Dragon Force active. Nine Tails chakra reinforcing every muscle fiber. He caught the blade of a perfect Susanoo mid-swing and held it. His feet sank into the 10 Tails flesh. His arms shook. His teeth were gritted. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done. Harder than eating a Chidori, harder than walking through Shinra Tensei, harder than anything because Madara Uchiha's Susanoo was the upper limit of what the Sharingan could produce, and it was really genuinely trying to cut him in half. But he held it. For 3 seconds. Long enough, raging from directly above. From a sky that had been generating storm clouds since Naruto entered Dragon Force, because his presence changed the weather, because he was a living storm and storms made storms. The bolt descended through the Susanoo, through the armor, through the chakra, through the defense, because lightning went where it wanted, and the Susanoo wasn't grounded. Madara took the hit. The Susanoo shattered. His reanimated body took damage that would have vaporized a living person. The Edo Tensei regenerated him, but slowly, the lightning interfering with the reformation process. He reformed, stood up, looked at Naruto with an expression that had moved past amusement into something closer to recognition. "Remarkable," Madara said. "In another life, you would have been my rival. In this life, I'm the one who beats you." They fought again. Madara landed hits. His taijutsu was centuries refined. His Rinnegan gave him access to abilities that broke the laws of physics, and his Susanoo reformed every time it was shattered. He drove Naruto through the 10 Tails' body, cratering the beast's back, launching him with gravitational techniques, meeting Dragon Slayer attacks with Uchiha-grade defenses. But Naruto kept coming. Every hit Madara landed was answered. Every technique was countered, adapted to, overcome. The Dragon Slayer's ability to eat lightning made every electrical component of Madara's arsenal food rather than threat. The Sage Mode perception predicted attacks before they landed. The Nine Tails reserves ensured that Naruto never, ever ran out of gas. The fight lasted 18 minutes. In shinobi combat, 18 minutes was an ice age. It ended when Naruto, having been driven back for the 7th time, having taken damage that would have killed any other person on the battlefield twice over, stood up, again, wiped blood from his mouth, again, and said, "Is that it?" Madara stared at him. The smile was gone. What was there instead was something Madara Uchiha had not felt since Hashirama Senju respect. "No," Madara said quietly, "that is not it." But the tone had changed, and both of them knew what the tone meant. Madara could fight, he could regenerate, he could deploy every technique in his impossibly deep arsenal, but he could not win. Not against this. Not against a boy who got up every time he was knocked down and hit harder than he was hit and refused, with every fiber of every cell in his reconstructed Dragon Slayer body, to stop. Madara fought for 12 more minutes because he was Madara Uchiha, and stopping was not in his vocabulary. But the outcome was no longer in question. Naruto won. Not easily, not cleanly, not without cost. But he won. 30 minutes of combat against the strongest Uchiha in history, and the lightning dragon was still standing when the dust cleared, and Madara's Rasengan flickered, and the reanimation jutsu finally, belatedly, recalled what should never have been summoned. Madara dissolved into ash. His last words were not for the battlefield. They were for the boy in front of him. The one with gold scales and burning eyes and a refusal to die that Madara recognized like a mirror. "You will do," Madara said. And then he was gone. Obito was next. But Obito was complicated. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the man inside the mask, Kakashi's teammate, the boy who had died under a boulder and come back as something worse than dead. Naruto fought him. But the fight was different. Obito had absorbed the Ten Tails. He was the Jinchuriki now, the most powerful being on the planet, a god in all but name, with the Rasengan and the Ten Tails power and a plan to put the entire world to sleep. The fight was brutal. Obito's truth-seeking balls, spheres of all 5 chakra natures combined, could erase anything they touched. His speed surpassed what the Ten Tails had been capable of alone. His durability was absolute. But Naruto had allies. Sasuke arrived, not as an enemy, not as a wild card, as the other half of a pair that the universe had been building towards since 2 boys stared at each other across a classroom. "Took you long enough," Naruto said when Sasuke appeared on the battlefield with his eternal Manjikyo spinning and his Susanoo armored around him like a second skin. "Traffic," Sasuke said. They fought Obito together. Lightning and Susanoo, Dragon Force and Amaterasu. 2 boys who had spent their lives trying to surpass each other, fighting side by side for the first time, and discovering that together they were something that neither could be alone. They won. They pulled the tailed beasts from Obito. They stripped the power from the mask. They left him empty and human and broken on the battlefield, where Kakashi found him, and the 2 of them had a conversation that was private and old and not for anyone else. Then Kaguya emerged. The battlefield went quiet. Not silent, quiet. The difference between an empty room and a room where something is hiding. The sky changed. The moon changed. The very texture of reality shifted as Black Zetsu, the thing that had been pulling strings since before recorded history, betrayed Madara's legacy and forced the emergence of the mother of all chakra. Kaguya Otsutsuki. She appeared in the sky, white, vast, her presence not like anything anyone had felt, not like the Ten Tails, not like Madara, not like pain. Those were powers within the framework of the world. Kaguya was the framework. She was where chakra came from. She was the source code wearing a woman's shape, and her existence made the air itself feel wrong. Thick, alien, like breathing through cotton. Most of the Alliance couldn't breathe correctly near her. The pressure of her chakra, ancient, impossibly dense, carrying the weight of 10,000 years of accumulated power, pressed against human nervous systems like a hand pressing against glass. People dropped, not from an attack, from proximity. Naruto looked at her. His dragon force was active. His gold-red aura was burning. The storm above the battlefield responded to his mood, lightning flickering in clouds that stretched to the horizon. The electricity around him didn't stop. The storm in him didn't even waver. "You're what all of this was for?" he said. Kaguya's Byakugan Rinne Sharingan, the combined dujutsu of a goddess, focused on him. She saw everything. The Dragon Slayer pathways, the Nine Tails, the Sage Mode, the soul that didn't belong to this world, layered into a body that didn't follow the rules. Anomaly, she said. Her voice was not a voice. It was a vibration that used the air as a medium. You do not belong to the natural order. I get that a lot. She raised her hand. Amina Manaka, reality shifted. The battlefield, the earth, the sky, the ground beneath his feet was replaced. Instantaneously. One moment he was standing in the ruins of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The next he was falling through an alien dimension. Lava below. An acidic sky above. A world that was not a world, but a weapon, designed to kill anything that entered it. Naruto caught himself on lightning. His electrical field created a cushion of electromagnetic force that pushed against the dimensional floor, hovering him above the lava surface. He looked around. Alien. Wrong. The chakra in this place was different, thicker, more aggressive, pushing against his body like a physical weight. Dimension hop, Naruto muttered. Sure, why not? Kaguya appeared beside him. In her dimension, her territory, her rules, she attacked with the expansive truth-seeking ball, a sphere of destructive energy larger than the previous ones, containing every element, capable of creating new worlds and destroying existing ones with equal ease. Naruto dodged. Dragon Sage Mode's sensory perception tracked the dimensional shift a fraction of a second before it happened. The electrical potential of the reality around him changed before the dimension changed, and his lightning sense read the change the way a seismograph read tremors. Precognition through electrical awareness, not psychic. Physics, he surfed the dimensions. Kaguya shifted again. Ice dimension, frozen, endless white. He landed on the ice and his lightning melted a circle around his feet. She shifted again. Desert, sand, gravity doubled. He compensated with lightning body, reducing his effective weight by converting partially to electricity. She shifted again, and again. Each dimension designed to kill. Each one encountered and survived by a boy who adapted faster than reality could change. Stop running, Naruto said, standing in the fifth dimension, a featureless gray void where gravity didn't exist and neither did hope. You've got all these worlds and none of them can hold me. That's got to be frustrating. Kaguya's expression, if you could call it an expression, if a goddess could express anything so human as emotion, flickered with something that might have been anger. She attacked directly. The 80 gods' vacuum attack. Fists of pure chakra, dozens of them, raining down from above with the force of divine wrath. Each one carried enough destructive power to level a village. There were 80 of them. Naruto met them. Lightning Dragon's Iron Fist. Over and over. Gold-red Dragon Force fists meeting divine chakra fists in a barrage of collisions that turned the gray void into a light show. Each impact sent shockwaves through the dimension itself. Each exchange was a conversation between human will and divine authority. He couldn't match all 80. He took hits. A divine fist caught his left side and cracked 3 ribs. Another grazed his head and split his scalp. Another hit his right leg and the bone fractured. He kept fighting, through the pain, through the blood, through the broken bones and the split skin, and the absolute certainty that stopping meant death, and death meant the world ended, and the world was his guild, and his guild was not going to end, while he could still move his fists. Sasuke was there, fighting alongside him. His Susanoo shielded Naruto from the worst of it, while Naruto's Dragon Force lightning repelled attacks that the Susanoo couldn't absorb. They worked together the way they always should have. Two opposites completing each other, covering each other's weaknesses, creating a combined defense that was greater than either alone. Then Kaguya used the infinite Tsukuyomi, through the divine tree, through the moon, through the reflection of her will imposed on the entire planet. White light descended from the sky of the original dimension, reaching through the portal sheet opened, washing over the battlefield where the Alliance fought, touching every human mind, and one by one, they slept. The world's greatest ninja fell into dreams. The Alliance, the Kage. everyone who didn't have a specific defense against the most powerful genjutsu ever conceived. They dropped where they stood, cocooned in the divine tree's roots, lost in perfect illusions of their deepest desires. Naruto felt it. Even across dimensions, he felt the light try to reach him, the genjutsu threading through the dimensional barrier, seeking his nervous system, attempting to overwrite his perception. His lightning-infused nervous system did what it always did. It rejected it. The electrical charge in his brain disrupted the feedback loop. The genjutsu reached him and shorted out like a circuit breaker, tripping. "Not again with the dream prison," he said, to no one in particular. The gold-red aura around him flared. He turned toward the dimensional barrier, the portal back to the real world. Sasuke was still awake. The Rasengan protected him. They were the only two left. Naruto reached through the barrier, not with a technique, not with a jutsu, with his hand. His actual hand, wreathed in Dragon Force lightning and Nine Tails chakra, physically grabbing the edge of reality and pulling. He pulled people out, not with sage power, not with tailed beast mechanics, with the raw, stubborn Dragon Slayer grip of someone who had decided that his guild was not going to sleep through the end of the world. His lightning traveled through the divine tree's roots, electricity following conductors, as it always did, and disrupted the genjutsu at the individual level. One by one, person by person, his chakra touching theirs, his lightning shocking their nervous systems awake, his will overriding the infinite Tsukuyomi's hold through sheer electromagnetic interference. Kakashi woke up first, then Sakura, then Lee, then Gaara. One by one, the Alliance opened their eyes and found themselves wrapped in roots and covered in white light, and very much not dreaming anymore, because Naruto Uzumaki's lightning was in their veins like a second heartbeat, keeping them conscious, keeping them here. Kaguya watched. The goddess who had sealed the world in a dream watched a boy undo it with his bare hands, and something that was not quite chakra and not quite magic and entirely impossibly, stubbornly real. "Impossible," she said. "I get that a lot too." He turned back to her. Battered, broken ribs, split scalp, blood on his face and his hands and his coat, which was more red than black at this point. But standing, always standing. Sasuke was at his side, Mangekyo spinning, Susanoo ready. The last Uchiha and the lightning dragon, shoulder to shoulder at the end of the world. "Together," Sasuke said. "Obviously," Naruto replied. They moved. Sasuke's Amenotejikara, the space-time swap, put Naruto directly in front of Kaguya. Point blank, close enough to see the Byakugan veins in her temples, close enough to feel the weight of 10,000 years of accumulated power pressing against his skin. Naruto had absorbed everything, every lightning-based technique she'd thrown. Every ambient chakra her dimensions had pressed against him. Every volt of energy from the infinite Tsukuyomi's mechanism that his lightning sense had intercepted while pulling people free. It was all inside him now. Converted, purified, added to his reserves, processed through Dragon Slayer pathways into the most concentrated store of power his body had ever contained. He opened his mouth, Dragon Slayer's secret art, God-slaying roar. It was not like anything that had come before. It was not yellow lightning. It was not gold red. It was white, pure. The color of lightning at its absolute hottest. The color that existed for a fraction of a second at the core of a bolt before it dispersed. The color that human eyes were not designed to see, because seeing it meant you were too close. The sound of it made the dimensions resonate. Not shake, resonate. Every alternate reality Kaguya had created vibrated in harmony with the frequency of the attack. Like crystal glasses singing in response to a note that was too pure and too powerful to exist in a world that was built to contain their forces. The beam erupted from Naruto's mouth, and it was not a beam. It was a judgment. A column of white lightning that was 10 meters wide and infinite in duration, powered by 2 lifetimes of accumulated strength and a 9 tails worth of chakra, and the natural energy of a sage, and the fury of a dragon, and the grief of a boy who had lost too many people and refused, absolutely refused, to lose one more. Kaguya Otsutsuki, ancient, immortal, the mother of chakra, the source of everything, looked at it coming. And for the first time since she was sealed 10,000 years ago, she felt something she had forgotten the name of. She felt small. Sasuke's sealing technique, the sun and moon marks, the Sage of Six Paths' final gift, activated at the same moment. His hand pressed against Kaguya's body from behind, while Naruto's roar hit from the front. Seal and destroy, bind and overwhelm. Two halves of one technique that the sage had designed for his own mother and entrusted to two boys who had spent their lives being too stubborn to die. The god-slaying roar compressed Kaguya's power. The sealing technique bound it. The combined effect was not destruction, it was containment on a cosmic scale. Kaguya's form shrank, condensed. Her 10,000 years of accumulated chakra were compressed into a point of white light that grew smaller and denser and hotter until it was a star, and then a coal, and then a seed, and then nothing. Where Kaguya had stood, there was silence. Black Zetsu, the architect, the manipulator, the thing that had been the shadow behind every shadow for millennia, was pinned to the ground by a bolt of residual lightning. It squirmed, it hissed. It said things about plans and patience and the inevitable return of Mother. Naruto looked down at it. The dragon force faded. The scales receded. The gold-red aura dimmed to sparks and then to nothing. He was just a boy again. A broken, bleeding, exhausted boy with a destroyed coat and no headphones and 3 cracked ribs and a smile on his face that was more exhaustion than joy. "Shut up," Naruto said to Black Zetsu. He stepped on it. Not hard, just enough. "You're done." Sasuke sealed it. A pocket dimension. A prison with no exit. Black Zetsu's voice cut off mid-sentence, and the silence that followed was the most beautiful sound Naruto had ever heard. It was over. The battlefield was rubble. The war was over, and the world looked like it had lost the argument. Craters where plains used to be. Rivers flowing in new directions because the old directions didn't exist anymore. The landscape of an entire continent rearranged by the combined force of a conflict that had pitted everything against everything and left the survivors standing in the wreckage, wondering how any of it had been real. People were crying. People were dying, slowly. From injuries that the medics couldn't reach fast enough, from chakra exhaustion that left bodies too empty to sustain themselves. People were finding each other in the wreckage. A hand reaching through rubble, a voice calling a name, the specific and terrible intimacy of searching for someone when you didn't know if they were alive. Sakura was healing. She hadn't stopped healing since the infinite Tsukuyomi broke. Her hands were green with medical chakra and red with blood, and her face was streaked with tears she didn't have time to wipe. She moved from body to body. She saved who she could. She marked who she couldn't. She was doing the work that Naruto had told her to prepare for years ago in Tazuna's house. When we're done with them, someone's going to need to keep them alive. She was keeping them alive. Lee was carrying people. His body was wrecked. The gates had taken their toll. His muscles were screaming. His right arm was broken in 2 places. But he was carrying people on his back to the medical tents because that was what Rock Lee did. He carried people when they couldn't carry themselves. He had learned that from a boy in a fur coat who would deny teaching him anything. Kakashi sat on a rock and breathed. Just breathed. His Sharingan was gone. Obito's gift, used and spent. His left eye was his own again. Dark, human, tired. He looked at the sky, which was clearing. The storm clouds dispersing now that their creator had stopped generating them. And he thought about Obito and the Fourth, and everyone he'd lost, and everyone he'd gotten back, and the persistent, insufferable miracle that was being alive at the end of the world. Shikamaru was already organizing the logistics of aftermath, because of course he was. Someone had to make sure the crying happened in an orderly fashion. Naruto stood in the center of it all. His coat was destroyed, not damaged, not torn, destroyed. The black leather was shredded. The white fur collar was gray with ash and blood. What remained was technically a garment in the same way that a flag after a hurricane was technically a flag. It had the shape and the memory of what it had been, but the substance was gone. He didn't take it off. His headphones were gone. Lost somewhere between the 5th dimension and the infinite Tsukuyomi. He'd never find them. He'd buy new ones. He always bought new ones. He stood in the rubble. No armor, no coat really, no headphones, no dragon force, no sage mode, no Nine-Tails cloak. Just a boy made of lightning in the ruins of a finished war, and the lightning wasn't even crackling. It was resting. For the first time in 17 years, the storm inside him was quiet. Not gone, not dead, just quiet. the way a storm was quiet after it done everything it came to do. Sasuke walked up to him. He came from the east, from the direction of the sealed dimensional crack, where he'd been making sure the seal held. He walked slowly. His Manikyo was deactivated, his regular eyes black, exhausted, and possibly young for someone who had done what he'd done. Were fixed on Naruto. He stopped beside him, stood there, said nothing for a long time. The battlefield made its own sounds around them. Medics calling names, survivors finding each other, the creak of settling rubble, the distant, incongruous song of a bird that had apparently decided the apocalypse was over and it was time to be a bird again. "You're still wearing that coat," Sasuke said. "Even though it's in pieces, it's a vibe," Naruto said. Sasuke looked at him. "It's rags. Vibe." Sasuke's mouth did the thing it had done at the Valley of the End the first time when they were 13 and the world was smaller and everything was simpler and harder at the same time. The corner twitched, just barely, just enough. "You ate a goddess," Sasuke said. "I roared at a goddess. There's a difference. You turned white, like actual white, like lightning white. Dragon Slayer's secret art? You named it God-slaying roar. Yeah, because you were fighting a god. Seemed appropriate." Sasuke shook his head. His hair was a disaster. His clothes were worse than Naruto's. He had a cut across his forehead that was going to scar. He looked like a man who had been through a war because he had been through a war. "You're the most ridiculous person alive," Sasuke said. "Top two," Naruto said. The moment between them was long and wordless and contained everything. Every fight, every loss, the Valley of the End, both times, the mountain in the snow, the war. Every time one of them had dragged the other back from the edge, by force or by words or by the sheer gravitational pull of caring about someone too much to let them self-destruct. Neither of them named it, neither of them needed to. Some things existed in the space between words, and trying to name them would only make them smaller. "I'm going back to Konoha," Sasuke said. "I know. They might still try to execute me. They won't. You can't just, I can. I did." Sasuke looked at him. Naruto looked gold sparks, the first one since the battle ended, tiny, almost invisible, drifted across his knuckles. "You're insufferable," Sasuke said. "You keep using that word. Because it keeps being true." They stood in the rubble. Two boys, two men, two sides of a coin that the universe had been flipping since before either of them was born. And then they walked. The others found them on the road back. Not the quick road, not the lightning body road, the walking road. The one where your feet hurt and your legs ache, and every step is a reminder that the body you're in is real, and the ground beneath it is real, and the fact that you're still moving is not guaranteed. Sakura appeared first. She ran toward them, stopped, looked at them, and started crying. Happy tears, furious tears, the tears of someone who had spent the entire war terrified that one or both of them wouldn't come back and was now processing the fact that they had. "You idiots," she said. "Medical report," Naruto said. "How many saved?" "I'm not giving you a report right now. You absolute. How many?" Sakura wiped her eyes, straightened. The medic emerged from the crying girl. 416 confirmed saves. 92 critical stabilized. I lost 11. You saved 416 people. I lost 11. Sakura. Naruto's voice was different. Not the Laxus voice, not the dragon voice. The voice underneath, the one that was quiet and real and impossibly rare. 416. She looked at him, at the ruins of his coat and the blood on his face and the faintest, smallest, barely there softness in his eyes that he would deny to his dying day. "Thank you," she said. "Don't mention it. Literally, to anyone, ever." Lee arrived next, carrying 2 injured shonen on his shoulders despite his own broken arm. His face was a wreck of tears and joy and the uncontainable fires of youth. "Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, you have Lee. We know, volume." The flames of victory burned brightly within. "Lee, sorry." He fell into step beside them, still carrying the chunin, still crying. Kakashi appeared from nowhere, standing on the road ahead of them, hands in his pockets, his single visible eye doing the crinkle smile thing that had been his emotional range for 20 years. "Yo," he said. "Yo," Naruto replied. They looked at each other, teacher and student. The man who had seen a 12-year-old in a fur coat and thought this kid is not a genin, and the man that kid had become. "Good work," Kakashi said. 2 words. From Kakashi, who measured praise in drops rather than cups, 2 words was a standing ovation. "You too," Naruto said. "For a guy who's late to everything. I was on time for the important parts." They walked together, all of them. Team 7, the complete version, the real version. The version that included everyone who had ever mattered. Naruto in the center, Sasuke on his left, Sakura on his right, Kakashi behind them. Lee slightly to the side, still carrying people, because other people joined. Shikamaru, hands in his pockets, looking at the group and muttering "troublesome" with an expression that was so full of relief it overflowed from his eyes. Neji, arm in a sling, walking with the measured steps of a man who had fought fate and won. Hinata, quiet, strong, her Byakugan deactivated, seeing Naruto with her real eyes and knowing, with perfect clarity, that the person she'd watched from across classrooms and battlefields was exactly who she'd always believed he was. Gaara appeared beside Naruto without a word. The 2 Jinchuriki walked in parallel. The sand and the lightning. The Kazekage and the future Hokage. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. Some things were understood between people who had carried monsters in their guts and come out the other side human. The road to Konoha was long. They walked all of it. Nobody suggested a faster method. Nobody offered to carry Naruto, even though his ribs were cracked and his leg was fractured, and he was running on pure Dragon Slayer stubbornness rather than any actual physical reserve. He walked. He walked because walking was real. Because after everything, after gods and dimensions and techniques that could crack the sky, the simplest thing, the most human thing, was putting one foot in front of the other on a dirt road that led home. Konoha appeared on the horizon, damaged but standing. The walls cracked but upright, the gates open, the rooftops catching the afternoon sun in a way that made the whole village glow. People were at the gates, civilians, ninja, children. The entire population of a village that had been invaded and broken and rebuilt and invaded again, standing at the gates of their home, waiting for their people to come back. Naruto walked through the gates. The crowd parted, not in fear, not anymore, in something else. Something that had been building since the Pain invasion, since the D-rank missions, since the boy in the fur coat who had pulled weeds with contempt and perfect efficiency. Since the morning he'd walked back from Amagakure and the clapping had started. This time, they didn't clap. It was too big for clapping. They bowed, one person, then another. Then a wave, spreading from the gate to the street, to the rooftops, to the monument. An entire village lowering their heads to a boy who had spent his childhood being hated by them and had spent his adulthood saving them anyway. Naruto stopped, in the middle of the street, in the middle of the wave, his destroyed coat, his missing headphones, his cracked ribs and his fractured leg and his blood-streaked face. He looked at them, all of them, the people who had crossed the street, the shopkeepers who had overcharged him, the parents who had told their children to stay away, the village that had been his first wound and his last mission, and everything in between. He didn't bow back. He didn't smile. He didn't give a speech about peace or bonds or the will of fire or any of the grand concepts that Hokage were supposed to embody. He looked at Konoha, his guild, his people, his home that he'd built out of stubbornness and refusal and the inability to let go of anything he decided was his. Someone in the crowd, a little girl, couldn't have been more than 6, with big eyes and a stuffed animal clutched to her chest, called out in a voice too loud for her body. "Are you the lightning dragon?" The street was quiet. 30,000 people held their breath. Naruto looked at her, at this tiny person who had been born into a village that was always in danger and always being saved, and had decided, with the perfect clarity of a 6-year-old, that the man standing in front of her was worth asking about. "Yeah," Naruto said, "I am. Are you going to protect us?" He looked at her, then at the village, then at the sky, which was clear now, the storm clouds gone, the sun doing what the sun did, shining on everything equally, without judgment, without memory, without caring what had happened yesterday as long as something was alive to receive the light today. "Every day," Naruto said, "until I can't anymore, and then someone I trained will." It was a small thing, a small moment. A boy in a ruined coat talking to a girl with a stuffed animal. It landed heavier than any speech. The crowd exhaled. The village breathed. And somewhere in the sound of that breath, In the collective release of a community that had survived the apocalypse and found the person they trusted standing at its center, something shifted. Not with lightning, not with drama, with the quiet tectonic permanence of a change that would never change back. Naruto Uzumaki would be Hokage, not because he announced it, not because he fought for it, because the village looked at him and saw what he had always been. The person who would stand between them and anything, forever, and never once asked for thanks. He started walking again, toward the hospital, because his ribs were cracked and his leg was fractured, and even dragons needed doctors. Sakura fell into step beside him. Sasuke fell into step on the other side. Lee was still carrying people. Kakashi was reading his book. And behind them, in the sky above Konoha, a single bolt of gold lightning flickered across the clear blue. Not from a cloud, not from a storm, just from the ambient charge of a boy whose body generated electricity the way a heart generated blood. It was beautiful. And it was brief. And then it was gone, and the sky was just the sky, and the village was just the village, and the boy was just a boy walking home with his guild around him, and a promise in his chest that he would keep until there was nothing left of him to keep it with. The Hokage monument watched him go. 4 faces in stone, a space where a 5th would be carved. He didn't look up at it. He didn't need to. He knew it was there. He knew it was waiting. He knew that someday, not today, not tomorrow, but someday soon, they would carve his face into that mountain, and the village would look up at it and see the boy who had been hated and had chosen, with every ounce of power in his impossible body, to love them back. Not softly, not gently, not in any way that made it easy or comfortable or sweet, but completely, stubbornly, with lightning in his veins and a fur coat on his shoulders, and the soul of a dragon who had learned across 2 lifetimes and 1 very long war that the strongest thing in any world was not the fist or the bolt or the roar, it was the walk home. Naruto Uzumaki kept walking, and the lightning dragon went home.
The war is over. The dragon went home, and somewhere out there, every villain who ever doubted him is still processing what happened to them. Like and subscribe, because the next story hits just as hard. Don't miss it.